Original post. Me 28M girlfriend 29F have been together for more than 2 years. We recently moved city and she has started working in a new place 3 months ago. 2 days ago was an after-work get-together event at a bar with her coworkers, and she forgot her phone charger at home and her battery was low. I went to give her the extra power bank we have at home, as her phone uses the old USB type. As I went to her table to give it to her, one of her colleagues asked her who I am. Before I could say anything, she replied, "This is my friend, my name. He agreed to lend me the charger." I was a bit taken aback and looked to her and said, "Friend." She just laughed and said, "You are so funny, thank you for this," and waved to me as in implying goodbye. One of the other colleagues asked me that if I was free, I can also join them, and I said why not, and I could sense the annoyance on my girlfriend's face. People were drinking, some talked to me and asked me questions, made conversation, what do I do, where did I grow up, etc. I should mention at this point that my girlfriend and most of her colleagues there were Chinese, and I am Indian. This becomes relevant later. Whenever someone would ask me anything related to how I met my girlfriend, she would pipe up to answer in a way that wasn't untrue, but completely omits any romance, giving the impression that we were just old friends. This kept bothering me, and I will admit I was getting pretty angry. Then one of the colleagues, who initially asked who I was, pretty drunk now, said, "GF's name never told us she had such a good-looking friend," and laughed. My GF also did a small, polite laugh. I replied, I didn't know she had such a pretty colleague either, and winked at her, which made her laugh more, but my GF became visibly upset. Another colleague said to my GF, "Seems like you are an expert Cupid." My GF was turning red, and I was also feeling slightly uncomfortable. So after a bit more chit-chat, I made an excuse and said I got to go. The colleague said I should get her number from my girlfriend, and then I left. Now, when she came back, she refused to talk to me, and yesterday she angrily told me that I had kind of cheated on her and hurt her badly. I replied that although what I did was hurtful, she also needs to own up that introducing me as just a friend was hurtful. She refuses to acknowledge it as wrong, saying that she is just socially awkward, and she thought that her colleagues might react weirdly to her dating an Indian guy, as they all are dating white or other Chinese people. Her reasoning is that it is a lot of explanation and questions regarding interracial dating, and she just wanted to avoid all that. I don't buy it. I feel she just wanted to hide the fact that she is dating me. We are at an impasse. I refuse to apologize till she sees that what she did was wrong, and she thinks she did not do anything wrong and I was mean. AITA Update. Thank you all for your responses and advice on my previous post. The last 3 days were a whirlwind. We had a fight. I moved out. Writing this from a friend's house who will let me stay till I find a place. To answer some questions people had in the work friend group that day, there were 3 guys as well. I did not publicly correct her because saving face is quite important for her. She would have had a literal panic attack if I had done that. On Friday, we talked. I admitted I was petty, but I was also hurt from her introduction as a friend. She broke down. At work, they have a group chat where they share memes, and it gave her the impression that they hate Indian people. She did not want to become the topic of jokes, so she had planned to introduce me slowly to the group as a friend, and after they start liking me, reveal that we are dating. This had backfired badly because I started talking to them last week before she was ready, and she got anxious and went into autopilot mode to support her initial lie that I was a friend. She felt helpless, guilty, and hurt when they found me acceptable and cool, and I started flirting. Why did she not tell me all this earlier? She felt that it would make me dislike her coworkers, who are otherwise actually nice people, and I would feel bad that she works with them. I asked her if I could see that group chat. I wanted to make sure this was the reason and not a work crush as many suggested. Almost 1/3 of the older memes they shared were Indians dirty uncivilized, or Indians horny creeps, etc. Y'all know, they are plenty on IG. There were also some about Southeast Asians, all mostly posted by one guy and one girl. Others would just laugh, react, or do a one-liner. I scrolled back to an old message by my ex GF to one of these memes. She had said, "I have an Indian friend. He is pretty nice actually." Someone had replied, "You found one of the clean ones," to a bunch of laugh reacts. There were also some recent messages after they met me, but I didn't bother read and translate it all. I realized that although she liked my personality and looks, she was never very interested in my language or culture. Since I started dating her, I got an HSK3, can cook most Chinese dishes perfectly, know all about her region, but holy will come and go without her still knowing what holy is. I felt hurt by how those kinds of jokes weren't a big enough deal for her. I asked her why she never said anything to them about these jokes. She said this is the kind of reaction why she didn't tell me before. She feels like a relationship is private, and it is not a part of who she is as a person, especially at work, so she saw no reason to create tension. I feel she just means I am not worth it. I asked her point blank if she would have preferred if I was not Indian. She said it would have made her life easier. That stung me. I packed some clothes and went to a friend's house. I don't even know how to write about my feelings even now, but I felt very hurt, as if my trust was completely broken by her. My friend is going on vacation and will let me stay at his place while I find a new one. Today I went to get my other belongings, and she was crying a lot. She says she does not understand why something so minor can make me break up and throw away a good thing. She says she loves me, and if it is so important, she will change her workplace. I told her I will need to think about things, but I cannot be with her right now. My brain honestly feels like a jumble right now. I know that I feel hurt, but having a hard time articulating what are the things that hurt me. Story 2. Original post: can't believe I actually have a reason to post something on Reddit, but here I am. My wife, 41F, and I, 42M, have been married for 15 years. I apparently surprised her by being capable of doing household chores and tasks, which I didn't think much of. My mom always asked me to help out with chores when I was a kid, so I didn't think it was beneath me or anything. I do think I inherited her need to clean excessively, like it's so bad that I can't eat until a mess is dealt with. My mom is an amazing cook. My aunt was a literal chef at a fancy hotel, and my dad loved having barbecues. It was pretty natural to learn from them and pick up a thing or two. The only thing I didn't pick up was how to make a decent cup of tea or coffee. I'm genuinely awful at it. It got to a point where I was handling most of the household chores and taking care of cooking, which I prefer anyways since she comes home exhausted. I've been asking our children, 11F and 9M, to do some minor tasks around the house and hopefully teach them this sort of thing too. She has a group of friends who hang out regularly. This time it was her turn to host the group at her home. I offered to take our children out for the day, and it was all set. Before we left, I had to finish up some things for work. The office space is practically on top of our living room, so I could hear what they were talking about the entire time. One of the friends asked how she always kept our house so spotless, and my wife just bragged about how she was responsible for it all. Then they all started talking about their gripes with their marriages. A common theme was how unhelpful their spouses were. I felt pretty uncomfortable, so I just left the office and went out with the kids. I came back after they had left for the night and acted as normal until we got to our bedroom. I asked her what was up with that conversation they had and pointed out that I did the cooking and cleaning in our marriage. She told me not to take it personally and that she just wanted to fit in with the struggles of her friends. Now I just feel unappreciated, especially since I don't clearly remember any genuine gratitude for what I do from her. Since then, she's been pretty short with me. She says I'm weaponizing what I'm doing against her and holding it over her head. I don't expect her to compliment me each time I clean or defend me religiously. Just a little, "My husband is pretty helpful actually. He does his share," would be nice. I can't help but feel like her friends think I'm some sort of deadbeat who comes home to relax and neglect her. Update 1. I'm pretty shocked this post went as viral as it did, and I tried my best to speak to my wife yesterday. I just can't believe that this is the woman I married. I tried speaking with her, telling her that what she did wasn't that big of a deal but was still not a nice thing to do. She didn't like me bringing it up again and just told me to suck it up and stop bitching about one mistake. She apologized, but in a tone that just sounded like she was just tired of dealing with this. I noticed her getting very heated and on the verge of starting an argument, so I backed off and switched to a different topic. I asked if we could adjust our duties at home to be more fair for both of us, since most of our management fell to me. I mean pretty much 90% of things like cooking, cleaning, including planning for our date nights or vacations for our family rely on me. I do think it's an issue that she gets to come home and just tell me that she's tired. Then she got up in my face, telling me I had no right to lecture her about chore duties when I'm practically at home most of the time. She completely refused to hear me out and basically told me that what we have works best for our situation. She threw me in my face that she was the money maker and that balanced everything out in the end. Even this morning she was pretty annoyed with me, coming downstairs in a bad mood. I'm very sure our kids noticed it too, but I drove them to school after they got ready. When I got back, I noticed that my wife left her packed lunch on our kitchen counter. So now I'm sitting here just feeling like the woman I've known for 15 years hates me. I guess I'll have to push this issue properly even if she gets angry. She's been ignoring my texts and attempts to call her. I can't just let her act like this, especially in front of our children. Update 2, I think I'm just done at this point. I did something I never did before and went into her phone while she slept. We both know each other's passwords, so it wasn't really difficult. Some of the cheating comments got to me, and I felt pretty paranoid about this situation. Instead, I found a group chat with some of her work friends, different from the other friends she had over. It was just non-stop mockery of me and some of the stuff I did for her. She told them how embarrassed she feels to be with me, and that I dote on her like a parent and don't feel like her husband. The lunches I pack for her are humiliating, because I add sweets and other treats I know she likes. Some of her coworkers teased her about the snacks I have in for her, and she admitted to just throwing them out at work. She doesn't have any issue eating them at home, but at work she throws out my baking. She had some choice words to say about me in her chat, some of which I don't have the courage to type out here. One of her meme pictures was of me on my knees scrubbing a bathroom tile, edited to have some sort of dress on like I was some sort of housewife from the 1960s or something. I just closed her phone and left the bedroom. I confronted her about the chat in the morning and the contents of it, which got her panicking. I focused on our kids this morning and left her to her own devices. It's not like she would have appreciated a kid's lunch anyways. Now she's texting me like crazy at the office, but I think I lost all respect for her and what she's become. Not only does she find me overbearing and embarrassing as a husband, but then I find out she mocks me to her friends and exposes some sensitive relationship issues to her group chat. This will probably be the last update, since I don't think she can come back from this. We just celebrated our 15th anniversary last month too. I feel like a loser now after seeing what my wife actually thinks of me. Final update. AITA for bringing up just how much I do for our household to my wife. I know I'm going to get some hate for my decision at the end of this all, but I gave my wife one more chance. She gave me a real apology for her actions and how she treated me about 2 weeks ago. In her own words, she let her friends' comments at work and her best friends affect her too much. My wife wanted to feel included in the groups by playing both sides, one that has a useless husband and one that has a clingy husband. She's not using them as an excuse and did take full responsibility for how poorly she treated me, which is a plus. She suggested some sort of marriage counseling for us and insisted on doing the planning herself to show me she's dead serious on wanting to make this work. She's copied me in her communications with a counselor, but it'll still be a while before our first appointment. She stepped up in the home too, doing more tasks without me asking. The compliments I used to get have also made a return, so I do feel a little more appreciated. My wife promised me that she wouldn't lie to her friend group anymore and give me the credit I deserve. The work friends I don't know about, their opinions on me will forever be as they are even though she talked to them. Part of this feels disingenuous, since it took us getting into a bad spot for this to happen. Maybe it's just resentment talking. I just hope this works out for our sake and the kids. And no, she has not been cheating or had some guy in her ear telling her things. A lot of DMs are asking about that. Update on progress thus far. I won't bother posting this on the AITA sub, since my situation no longer requires it. Warning that this will be very long. In short, my wife and I went through our first marriage counseling session. At first, it was extremely awkward having to talk about our problems to someone outside our marriage. A bit silly considering I'm here doing it on Reddit, but in person with zero anonymity is something else. I won't say everything that we discussed, but my wife ended up sharing her thought processes on how things escalated this far. Years of her having me do most of the things in our home had left her complacent, so she took me for granted. Our marriage counselor suggested that both of us find some individual therapy, her for her tendency to try and fit in everywhere, mine for trying to take on everything without wanting to ask for any help. We both like our counselor, so we'll be visiting her again for another appointment. That's something we're still working on, but for now, we've been taking things a bit more evenly in regards to everything in our relationship. Chores are split at around 70-30, and we're planning a cooking schedule that's fair for both of us. What I'm really happy about is her taking the initiative with our dates again. Now it doesn't feel like a one-sided effort. I can't wait for her to be the one leading the romance. She's also set the record straight with her group of friends, so I'm not a useless husband to them. That was also pretty awkward, but no one reacted in a dramatic way. The only issues are her work friends. She's on the lookout for a better job. Not for pay, but just looking for a less unhealthy work environment. I just wanted to thank you for the support and advice I've gotten from you all. I have a good feeling that we can make it through this. Story 3. Original post: we have been married for 5 years and together for 8. Not really great at writing, so apologies in advance. I'll try to include as much info as I think is relevant, but please feel free to ask me for more in the comments if I wasn't clear about something. My wife has been jealous of a coworker at my job for some time now. Her name is Heather, and she's in her early 20s, tall, pretty. Just observations, as I have a pair of eyes. Heather is nice, but I don't go out of my way to talk to her. We worked together on a project about 8 months ago, which is when this seems to have started. Heather, 3 other coworkers, and I were assigned to this project, and so for a good month we spent much time together at work. My wife saw her one day when we were all coming out and she was picking me up to go to dinner at my parents'. She immediately asked who she was and if she worked at my job. I told her she was new and was put on our project. For the entire duration of the project, my wife was in a bad mood almost every day and would take every opportunity to tear Heather down, saying she was lanky or her nose was crooked or whatever. She is insecure about her height because she's 54 and not a 6-foot-tall glamazon. I love my wife's height and her petite figure and tell her this every day. She is extremely gorgeous and turns heads whenever we walk downtown. But once she saw Heather was tall and not ugly, she was convinced I thought she was hot. I kept telling her she was just a colleague and that I had no interest in her. Regardless, she would greet her coldly or not at all if she saw my colleagues. Our home and jobs are located downtown, so we usually walk to meet up with each other after work. My wife would start dressing up a lot more than usual when she'd come meet me and make a big show of jumping on me and stuff. She works at a very nice bakery and usually brings leftovers from work for us or people at my job. She always gave things out to everyone except Heather. Eventually, Heather picked up on the hostility and approached me to ask about why my wife was acting that way. I simply told her I didn't know, maybe because she didn't know her as long as the other colleagues. She was distant. She seemed to accept that but would no longer leave at the same time as everyone else and would either go early or hang back. Brian, another coworker, approached me on Friday and asked to talk to me privately. He told me he had been at lunch with Kate, the coworker in question, and she had gone to pay for the food. She left her phone on the table. It lit up with a text and he saw it was from Valerie, my wife's name. The text basically said, "Did you see him talking to her today? What did he say? Then do you think Heather is going to stay at that job long?" When Kate came back to the table, he asked her if that was Valerie, as in my wife. She got a deer in headlights look and said, "Oh yeah, we text sometimes. We're friends." He said he thought it was weird because she put her phone in her purse without even checking the messages he had asked about and wanted to go. I went home and I snooped on my wife's phone. I know it was wrong, but I had a feeling that if I asked her, she would deny it or become defensive and not show me the phone. There were weeks' worth of texts that basically were little reports on what went on at work. If Heather talked to me, what we talked about, did she hug me goodbye, did she touch me at all, did I laugh at her jokes? Did the guys think she was hot? Did I join in with them? Did I look like I was flirting? Kate was also apparently talking up Valerie at work to Heather. She made sure to mention often we were married, how great Valerie was, how long we'd been together. I even read one that said I told her Val works in a bakery. I bet if anyone tried to steal her husband, she'd just chop them up and bake them into a pie, haha. Which was pretty fucking creepy. A lot of things started coming together then. Heather was much more distant lately. She seemed hesitant to say bye at the end of the day. We used to talk casually like everyone else at work, but now she would just say hi and bye mostly. I've been sitting on this information all weekend. Today at work I could hardly look at Heather for shame of it, and I couldn't look at Kate for my disgust. I haven't been able to approach my wife about this because I just don't know how or what to say. I feel frustrated and very much weirded out. I feel gross too, like I've had my every move watched without knowing it, and as if just talking to a coworker is doing something wrong. I haven't talked to anyone else about this, not even Brian, who first mentioned it. I don't know what to do from here. I don't even know what this means for our relationship. It feels like something big has changed because I haven't been able to look at her the same way, and all my interactions with her since Friday have been kind of forced and faked. I need to talk to her and figure out what to do. Any advice would be appreciated. I feel very lost right now. Update 2 days later. First off, would like to thank everyone for their responses and for taking the time to give me advice. I did not expect the 300 or so comments I received, so please don't take it personally if I didn't reply to yours. I was very much overwhelmed by and grateful for the support. On to the update. Took the general advice and confronted Valerie and used therapy as a non-negotiable term. So Tuesday, when I posted I saw Kate at work and bluntly said, "You don't need to report on me today or any day after this. I'll be talking to my wife after I'm done today." She got this blank look on her face and said she didn't know what I meant, but I noticed her hanging around significantly less than usual after that. I did my best to focus on my work, but I asked to go home early because it was just impossible with everything looming ahead for me to concentrate. I went home and texted my wife that I was home early and I needed to talk to her when she was done work, so to please come home right away. I got a bunch of "what's going on? What's wrong?" texts, but just kept telling her I'd talk to her at home. She got home and I got into it right away. Told her I knew about the texts with Kate, about the spying, the harassment of Heather. She was mad at first and kept adamantly saying she did nothing wrong, and if I had nothing to hide, why did it matter? I told her to please not play me for a fool and outlined all the things her behavior meant, like lack of trust and sheer vindictiveness. I brought up the consequences, like my damaged trust and drama in the workplace. I also brought up how my job could be at risk because of this. She made a point to say they couldn't fire me without also removing Heather, as she'd say she was being inappropriate towards a married man in the workplace, and Kate would back her up. That brought us to a heated argument, and it ended with her crying and me yelling. She started asking, "Who the fuck is Heather to you that you give so much of a shit anyway?" And derailed into this whole thing about me caring too much about someone I claimed meant nothing to me. I don't want to get into too much detail because this would be extremely long, but the conversation was a good 5-6 hours long. It ended with her agreeing to go to couples therapy and individual if the couples therapist so deemed it. She apologized to me a lot and admitted she had been acting out of jealousy and anger towards Heather. She asked if I wanted her to apologize to Heather in person, but I said no. I didn't want there to be more drama. I watched as she texted Kate and told her to stop, and that she was sorry for dragging her into it. She gave me the password to her phone for transparency, but I told her it was pointless, as if she really wanted to continue, she could just delete the texts before I saw them or change the name or whatever. I told her I expected her to keep her word to stop, because if I got any indication that this was still going on after our talk, that I would separate from her and file for divorce. Yesterday morning things still seemed tense, but it was to be expected. She still kissed me before going to work, and we had a normal text conversation on our commute. I get to work and Kate apologizes to me and I accept it, but tell her our work relationship from here on out is forever changed and there's no going back from it. I tell her that beyond work conversation, we have nothing else to talk about. She accepted it and went on to start the day. Lunch rolls in. I ask Brian if he'll let me buy him lunch and thank him for telling me. We go to have lunch, and he asks me if I've heard Heather put in her request for a transfer. Apparently on Tuesday, when I left early, Heather asked why I wasn't at my desk, because she had brought over the week's project booklet and had seen me there earlier. Kate of all people told her I had gone home to deal with personal issues. When Heather asked if everything was all right, Kate told her that she hoped so, because I don't want to see someone come between Valerie and Worldskenemed's marriage. There must have been a bit more to the exchange, because Heather went all the way up to our boss's boss and asked for a transfer to a different department. I feel extremely embarrassed because, without a doubt, I feel like that guy now in the office. I know Brian isn't a gossip, but of course people will ask why Heather transferred, and without a doubt it will eventually get out. People who used to talk to me casually probably will stop. The women of the office will feel as if they need to keep their distance. And I feel so ashamed that I can't even approach Heather to apologize for the stress this must have caused her. I doubt she even would want to see my face at this point. So yes, wife has agreed to counseling, both couples and individual, apologized to me, all those things. But the damage is now done and I feel like complete shit about work now. I guess I shouldn't have been so naive to think that just fixing this with my wife would make everything else go away. Anyway, thank you all for the advice. I was feeling very at sea before writing that post. I still feel a bit lost as far as how to deal with the fallout of all of this, but at least I have one part of it sorted or on its way to being sorted out, so that's a positive. Story 4. Original post. My wife 30F and I 32M have been together for 3 years, married for about 2. We have a nearly 2-year-old daughter and have been through a lot in a short time. Moving in together, full-time jobs, a pregnancy, getting married, and even a miscarriage. It's been intense and emotional. I've always believed in us, and while we've had major struggles, I've kept fighting for our relationship. Recently, during a very honest conversation, she told me something that hit me hard. That after about 6 months of being together, she realized she didn't feel the feeling, that in love spark. And now, 3 years in, she says she still doesn't feel it. She told me she's always struggled with identifying what being in love even means, and now in therapy, she's been going for 4 months. She's starting to untangle those feelings. This is the first time she's ever said this out loud. She said she loves me, cares deeply about me, and sees me as family, but questions whether that love is enough, whether it's true romantic love or just safety, familiarity, and shared life. It broke me, especially because I never knew she felt that way. She even admitted she has felt that spark in previous relationships, but those were chaotic or unsafe. With me, she says, everything felt right on paper: stability, a daughter, a future, but never the feeling. We're both emotionally exhausted. I've made mistakes. I bottle up emotions, lash out when I'm overwhelmed, and I've said things I regret. I've just started therapy myself 1 month in, and I'm fully committed to working on my part. For me, for her, for our daughter. She's been through a lot too, a rough upbringing. No clear example of love or family. This is her first long-term relationship, and I know it's all been a lot too fast: pregnancy, marriage, building a life. We've been in a tornado, and maybe we didn't even fully get to know each other before life took over. There have also been some fundamental issues between us. Trust was broken early on things she hid, contact with an ex, lies, secrets. We never really repaired that. Communication has also been really hard. Sometimes I feel like I can't fully express how I feel without it turning into conflict. It's like we're stuck in patterns that keep pulling us apart, and we've never fully built the solid base a relationship really needs. Still, despite all this, I love her. I've always made the choice to stay and build. And while our relationship isn't perfect, far from it, I've always seen something real and worth fighting for. We've had laughter, deep connection, love for our daughter, moments of peace and joy. I've seen us at our best and I've believed in us. Now we've agreed to take some space. Not a breakup, but real distance. She says she needs space to feel what's real for her without my presence influencing it. And I respect that. But I'm also scared. I'm scared that I'll be the only one fighting again. That I'm the only one willing to rebuild. Asking, has anyone been through this? Can love grow when one person says they never felt in love to begin with? Is space like this helpful, or is it just a goodbye? I'm willing to give it time. I'm willing to work. But I'm also scared that she's already gone in her heart. I just don't know what's real anymore. I just needed to get this out. Update day after the conversation. Last night we finally had the big conversation. We kept it calm and honest, no yelling, no blaming, just truth. She told me more about how she's felt for a long time, and I shared everything I've been holding in. We talked about her doubts, my pain, our patterns, the broken trust. I went into the talk thinking maybe this space could be the beginning of something new, a reset. But after hearing her say she's never truly felt in love with me, and that she's been carrying that for years, it hit harder than I expected. I thought I could take space, but today I feel completely hollow. Like I'm the only one who ever fully believed in us. She said she needs space to understand her own feelings, to explore what love really means to her. And I respect that. But it still hurts like hell. We've agreed to keep some distance now, especially for our daughter's sake. I'm going to stay somewhere else for now. I told her I don't want to give up on us, but I can't be the only one willing to fight. Even with everything she's done, lies, broken trust, things that really hurt, I still love her. I know that might sound foolish, but I do. And I still want to give this a real chance. I just don't know if she does. And I'm scared she's already gone. Update me, 32M, and my wife, 30F. She says she loves me, but I found out more and now I don't know if I can stay. A few days ago I posted about my wife, 30F, and I, 32M. We've been together 3 years, married for 2, and have a young daughter. Our relationship moved fast: pregnancy, miscarriage, marriage, full-time jobs, and emotionally it's been heavy. We've both made mistakes, and we've both carried pain we never really talked about. In our last big conversation, she told me she was in love at first, and that she does love me deeply. But she also said she never truly felt she could be fully open with me emotionally. That over the years, she didn't feel like she could say everything, like something was always missing in our connection even if she wanted it. She's been in therapy for 4 months now, trying to untangle what love means to her. She had a rough upbringing, no real example of love or family, and I know she's been emotionally lost. We agreed to take some space, not to break up, but so she could figure things out without my presence clouding her judgment. I respected it. I moved out temporarily, but since that conversation, things got heavier. The new part. She finally admitted she had contact with her ex, long distance, on and off for a year or more. I had suspected it, asked about it multiple times. Every time she said it was nothing, just friendly, just catching up. But it wasn't just that. I saw messages, flirting, multiple nudes sent. Meanwhile, in our relationship, I'd told her more than once that I'd love it if she ever sent me something like that. She never did, but she did for him. She says it's over now, and part of her coming clean was being honest with herself too. But I don't know what to believe anymore. To cope, I booked a hotel. I didn't tell her. I just knew I needed space. I've been calm through this. I haven't yelled, haven't thrown blame, but I feel something inside me cracking. And still, she's been physically affectionate the last couple days, lying close to me in bed, holding me, seeking connection. It completely confuses me. It almost feels like love, or is it guilt, habit, attachment? I brought up our planned vacation in 2 weeks, told her I might just go alone. She froze, told me she wanted to go as a family. That line hit me in the gut. It made me feel both hopeful and completely lost at the same time. What's happening now? We're supposed to talk again today. I told her I need clarity. I'm writing this before that conversation because I don't trust myself to get everything out in the moment. These are the things I need to ask, and honestly, things I've been carrying for a while. Why the sudden affection lately? Is it love, confusion, or just not wanting to let go yet? What did she mean when she said she wants to go on vacation as a family? Is that real, or just something that sounds nice? And the hardest question, is my daughter mine? I'm almost sure she is. But during a past argument, she mentioned her ex once asked if it was his child, and it planted a seed of doubt I can't ignore. I hate that I even have to ask this. Was her contact with her ex consistent this whole time? I found explicit photos 4 months ago and once a year ago. She admitted the talking started way before. I assume it never stopped, but I want to know the full truth. How long did it go on, and how deep was it really? I've been in therapy myself for a month. I'm facing my own stuff, the way I shut down, avoid hard emotions, or lash out under pressure. I'm committed to growing, but right now I don't know if there's anything left to fight for. I don't even know if I want to stay, and that's new for me. I love her, but I'm hurt. And yeah, I'll admit this too. After she told me all this, I reached out to a couple past hookups. I haven't acted on it, but the fact that I even wanted to shows me how far I've drifted from myself in all this. So here I am, we're about to talk, and I honestly don't know what I want to hear. Part of me wants her to fight for us. Part of me is done. Can something this broken be rebuilt if the love is real, but the trust and connection never fully were? Can two people come back from this level of damage, or are we just dragging out the end? And how do you know when it's time to stop trying? Update to me, 32M and my wife, 30F, took distance. We're both processing, but this relationship, as it was, is over. This is a follow-up to earlier posts I made. My wife, 30F, and I, 32M, have been together for 3 years, married for 2, and we have a daughter who's almost 2. Recently, things finally broke open. She told me that although she loves me and was in love early on, she spent most of the relationship not feeling safe or emotionally at peace. She said that around 6 months into the relationship, that sense of rest started to disappear, and for most of the time since, she's felt disconnected. She wasn't the only one. We've both been walking on eggshells. We both have old wounds, and when those get triggered, we pull away, say the wrong things, or shut down. That pattern has chipped away at our connection. We've never really felt calm together for long, but we never said it. Until now. This past week, Monday and yesterday, we've had the most open conversations we've ever had. More honesty than we've shared in years. But it's also shown us how fragile things have become. I found out she had long-term on and off contact with her ex. That shook me, especially when I saw intimate photos on her phone and heard that he once asked if our child might be his. That broke me. She says the photos were from before our relationship, and I don't care what happened before that, and that she didn't send anything while we were together. I found also some pictures in our relationship in her gallery. She also said she blocked him immediately after that. Is it my child comment? I believe her mostly, but somewhere inside my trust still questions it. Honestly, I booked a hotel and left the house abruptly because I truly believed she had cheated during our relationship. At that moment, everything in me was convinced something happened I didn't fully know. Now, after all the talks and her explanations, I don't know if I'd call it cheating. There were definitely things that hurt, things that crossed emotional lines, but I can't label it 100% as cheating. That confusion is still in me. What really bothers me is this. My ex also contacted me multiple times during our relationship, and I never replied. That was a clear boundary. She didn't draw that same line. And that difference in boundaries makes me question how aligned we really are when it comes to loyalty and emotional safety. That said, I don't want this whole story to be reduced to just the ex. That's one part of it, but the bigger truth is, we both came into this relationship with heavy baggage. I've struggled with depression for a long time. I shut down emotionally. I didn't always create a safe space either. She has her wounds, I have mine. We've both failed each other in different ways. And the cracks started before this latest breaking point and only got worse. We never really talked deeply about our struggles or what came after the fights. We just moved on. I told her I needed space, and I left. She didn't expect me to actually go, but I had to finally listen to myself. We've agreed I'll stay away until at least Wednesday. Our daughter is safe and cared for. No conflict there. We've paused all vacation plans and upcoming weekends. Nothing is forced. No more pretending. Right now, I'm focusing on my mental health, my business, and figuring out what I really want, not just what I'm afraid to lose. I've also stopped all contact with the flings I messaged out of pain. That wasn't who I want to be. If I want to do right by my daughter and by myself, I have to face this clean. If this continues, it has to be something entirely new. The relationship we had is over. The patterns, the assumptions, the silence. If we try again, it'll be a full reset. If not, it's closure. We both understand that now. This is emotionally draining. And honestly, I don't know what I want yet. I just need rest. I need to write everything out so I don't lose myself. Questions I still struggle with if anyone's been here. Have you ever rebuilt a relationship after emotional trust was broken, and how did you know it was worth it? How do you reset something when the foundation was never strong to begin with? Thanks to everyone who commented on my earlier posts. Even the hard ones helped. Update again after Wednesday. Story 5. Original post. This is hard. We've been together for nearly 8 years. We built a life together. So, there's so much to this, but basically I did that thing that everyone in a relationship should be wary of. I looked through her phone. And I found messages upon messages from a mutual friend who lives out of state now that were concerning. Initially, I was gonna leave right then and there, but I wanted to try to talk to her. So I gave her almost 3 chances to own up to it. The first time I was really vague and just asked if there was someone else. She flat out denied. I thought I was prepared for her to deny, but turns out I was. Then the other times I got more and more pointed. Finally, she admitted that the guy had messaged her and flirted with her, but we knew he was that way, and while she didn't tell him to fuck off, she wasn't into it. Now I didn't see any messages from her at the beginning that showed she was exactly complicit in it. So while I didn't believe her, I tried to give her a chance. I know it's stupid, but we've been together for so long and we built a life together. But then I dug again. And there it was, all of it. And worse, she took the time to insult me to him. That hurts. So fucking much that hurts. I know my faults and I know what I could have worked on in this relationship, but I really tried. Every day I tried. But for her to tell someone else things about me like that, I can't help but feel broken. So, right now I'm waiting for her to wake up and leave for work. Then I'm packing what I can and heading to a friend's place and, I don't know. I spent 8 years on this relationship and I'm gonna walk away from it. I wrote a note out on my phone that I'm gonna write up for her after she leaves. It says everything I can think to say. I mulled over what to say nonstop. Somewhat satisfyingly, I'm gonna tell her how she did this. To know that and remember that. And that if at any point she thinks we can okay that she fucked this and hurt me so much. I'm scared I'm lost, and so much so I don't want to have to do this. But I have to, and I know ultimately it's going to get better. But also fuck all of this. Edit 1. She's up now and getting ready for work. She tried to kiss me and apologized about tossing and turning all night, and she knew it kept me up. I seem to be getting a lot of pushback on the letter. When she leaves, I'm gonna pack and I'll mull it over again. But I'll say this, if I decide to write and it ends up being a mistake, then so be it. It felt nice to at least draft it out on my phone. Made things more real so I can convince myself more that I have to leave. Edit 2, 8:30 a.m. She just left for work. I'm going to shower and truthfully let out a nice cry. Then pack my stuff. Lots of people are saying to straight ghost her and lots are saying a short and to the point note instead of letter. I'm gonna contemplate that in the shower. She kept saying, "I love you," and I was reluctant to say it back. She said it 3 times and I kind of grumbled it out once. I'm certain once she reaches work she'll text me about that. I'm not going to respond to her while she's at work. She won't be home till probably 8 tonight. I just realized I should time stamp the edits maybe. I don't know edit 3854, I'm packing up now. Cats seem to know something is up because they won't leave me alone. Honestly breaks my heart. I've been mulling the letter over. I reread it a few times. And I've decided on a short note just laying out that I know and I'm leaving. Essentially something like, I left. I know about you and him, insert what I read and saw. I'm so utterly disappointed in you. I won't be answering my phone and I wish for you not to contact me. At some point we'll get together to discuss logistics. Also, I am reading everyone's comments. If I didn't reply, I'm sorry. To the people that have commented about going through something similar, I am so sorry you're going through this as well. I don't know what you'll be able to glean from my situation, but I hope something here in all of this helps y'all as well. Edit 4:25 a.m. I'm pretty much packed with what I can get out right now. Obviously, there's a lot more. I'm writing the note and then leaving. I'll need to find food after I drop off what I have. This may be the last update since she won't be off till later tonight, but I'll respond to y'all when I can. Gives me something to do. Edit 5:42 a.m. I'm at my friend's place. She's giving me the lay of the land. People have been talking about taking the cat. Currently that's not an option. Friend has 3 and a dog. My cats are spoiled and hate anyone that isn't her, and I'm not worried she'd do anything to them. If anything, she's gonna want them around if she does get upset. Not that she deserves that, but it is what it is. Thank you everyone for the kind words and the advice. I'll respond to some of you again here soon. Someone asked me about my work. I work in equine care. It's actually really cool. I love my job and I love being there. So once I start going back in a few days, it'll be a really good distraction. In a bit I'm going to get food and maybe walk around downtown and goof off. Also, my friend reminded me she's going out of town next week for a week. So I'll have the place to myself. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing, but hey, she'll have someone to watch her animals while she's gone, so there's that. I know I have a lot of figuring out to do, but I literally just left. Oh, and someone else mentioned they hope I find things to do to make myself happy. I had plans before all of this to go to the usual brewery with some friends tomorrow. Initially, I was gonna call some of them and tell what's going on and I need space, but thinking about it more, it actually sounds like the perfect distraction. Edit 6:45 got food, banned me and a Mai Tai if anyone was curious, and talked to a couple of friends. So I'm sorry I haven't been replying. It's gonna take a while to go through all the messages and comments, but what I've seen so far I want to say for the umpteenth time, thank you y'all. Edit 7:15 OK, this is my last update. Apparently I used a word that alt-right folks like to use, but it was used to describe me, so whatever. I'm still trying to go through all the comments, but I saw some people had questions I'll do my best to address. The friend is, well, a friend. I don't know what else to say on that. There's nothing there. A guy and a girl can be friends and that's it. If this is weird for you guys, then I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know if this is gonna be a straight move in. I'm still figuring things out. Some people have said I'm no better than her in 8 years and not being married was already a bad sign and etc. Well, I guess so. Like, clearly this relationship isn't working out. Look what it lead to. If that's my fault or her fault or fault or whatever it is, the situation I'm in. And on the note of what it lead to, a lot of people asked me what exactly was said or done. I realize I kept it vague and I supposed it was cause I felt weird typing it out. But I don't mind telling you guys what I can. As far as I know, she hasn't actually cheated, i.e. fucked him. They messaged flirtatious things, calling each other hot, sexy, etc., and there's some pictures but no nudes. But the recent thing I found, and I'll touch on the going through the phone thing next, it was messages about wanting to fuck each other. Straight up. That they missed a chance because of me. But, and this for me is the kicker, he apparently wants to make a this is where that word was used of me. And she seemed into it. They wanted to have sex and have me know they did, which is why I don't think they have yet. On the going through the phone thing, I know it was dumb. I know what I did. I don't advocate, but it is how I found about all of this. I just had suspicions that something was going on with someone, so it did that for me. Would I tell the next person to go through their partner's phone? I don't know. Probably not. I'd tell them if they find something it'll hurt cause this fucking hurts. And if they don't, then they breach the trust and privacy of their soul for nothing, and that in and of itself is a weird situation. I don't know, folks. Does that help anyone? Should I elaborate more? Update: so we had our talk last night. I got back and she tried to crack a couple of jokes like things were normal. I started it off and told her that I loved her, and I had for the nearly 8 years we were together. But this is something I can't forget or forgive. I told her I knew everything said between them. It disgusted me, that it hurt deeply, and that she did that. Now I told her I didn't believe I'd be okay because of this for a long time. That's half true. This will of course take plenty of healing, but I know I'll be okay. Now for her side, she told me that none of this had to do with me. None of it was my fault. It was all her. Her mistake, her fuck up. She had been feeling unhappy just about life for a while. She felt stuck in life and aimless. Then this guy, an ex-friend, came along and gave her attention, and it distracted her from how unhappy she was with how her life was. But then it started to progress to a point she didn't know what to do. None of what she said she meant to him. She said it because she knew he wanted to hear it. That it almost didn't seem real to her. It almost felt like a game. I told her it was real to me. That she still said those things. That she can't take that back or undo it. She told me she never intended to hurt me. That's been the hardest thing for her. Because she knew I treated her better than anyone else will. That I'm the only person who had and will put up with her bullshit. She told me I really did treat her better than she deserved. This relationship is officially over though. I know there's probably more I wish I could have said, but my real takeaway is that I can let go of it, move on, and start to live a new chapter of my life. I haven't told her this yet. I'm going to Monday, but I have an opportunity on a new place with a coworker. Their roommate leaves in a few months. So that gives me time to save and get some of my life back in order. I have a lot of work ahead of me, a lot of things to figure out. As plenty of people have pointed out, this will be the first time in a long time that I'll be financially and personally independent. I'll only have me to worry about. That's something that'll take some work. But I'm going to welcome the challenge and spend as much time as I can trying to be who I am more than ever. I also want to say from the bottom of my heart, sincerely, thank you to everyone that took the time to read and respond in the last post. This has been and will continue to be one of the hardest things I've gone through. But you guys have been so amazingly gracious with your advice. I will always remember this and the kindness of random strangers on this silly little website. Final update: hey, sorry I haven't updated in a long time. First things first, I'm sick. Going to the doctor Monday. Think I have an ulcer in my stomach. Not sure. So I've been dealing with that. But as far as everything else, moving into my new place in about a week. Talk with X on and off. Wouldn't say things are friendly, okay, but we're being civil. There's nothing really for us to talk about anymore, so it's been like once a week something random. We had lunch a couple weeks ago, and she opened up a lot. She has growing to do, I do too of course, and she's not doing anything with that guy, just wants to focus on herself and bettering herself. Until this past week, being too sick to go out, I've been hanging out with friends and goofing off. Tried to brave a small concert the other day, but almost threw up while I was there. I've been meaning to make an update, and I'm sorry I haven't, folks. Things are all right. I've got things going for me. Been basically focusing on that. Budgeting, making various lists of things I need and things I want to do. I'm getting 2 paid vacations this year. And just generally figuring out my life. Story 6. Original post: hey Reddit, this is a throwaway because I want to get as close as an unbiased opinion as I can get, and lots of people involved in this story follow me on my main Reddit account. As a young adult growing up during the quarantine era, I got really into video games, as did most of the people I hung out with at the time. I got used to playing video games as a way to relax and connect with other people during my downtime. Only recently did I start playing single-player games as a means of entertainment, well past the prime years for gaming. My girlfriend is really chill. She's super down to earth, and for the most part, she's always put a lot of effort in understanding me. I'm a pretty social person who dealt with putting up masks to get a quick laugh from people, and so I felt really isolated for a while. When I met my girlfriend, she really put in a lot of effort to get past those walls and see me for who I truly was. Cut to 3 years later, and this is the biggest fight I think we've ever had. I recently finished Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, after playing through the remake just a few months ago. I won't spoil it for anyone here, but that game gets really emotional towards the latter half. Now, I've never been a sappy person, or one to cry at movies, and I think this is the biggest reason my girlfriend has been having issues with my behavior. I was cooking dinner for the two of us when the main theme, Sector 7 theme from the first game for those who are curious, came on. Now, this is a relatively slow song, with a lot of strings and feelings woven into the melodies, or at least for me it is. I don't really know what came over me, but I started to get teary-eyed while listening to it, thinking about some of the characters and the events of the game. I don't think there's really been a piece of media that has really affected me in this kind of way, but I found myself particularly saddened at that moment by the narrative of the game. So, my girlfriend obviously noticed this and realized that I was crying and immediately grew concerned. When I told her it was nothing, she kept pushing. I thought the reason I was crying was pretty stupid too, so I kind of lied in hopes of diverting the subject. I just told her it was from the onions I was cutting earlier. They were shallots but close enough, and left it at that. Well, apparently I was very quietly sobbing or something, because she called bullshit a few minutes later. She started getting upset, thinking that I had done something like be unfaithful to her, and so rather than be caught in another lie, I just told her the truth. Unfortunately, this just made her more upset. She was going on and on about how I was so immature for letting a video game girl remain in my thoughts weeks after I finished playing the game. She said she was upset that I was replacing my mental headspace with a misogynistic dream girl that she thinks I believe is a better version of her. The girl from the game does look very similar to my girlfriend, I must admit, but that just shows you how pretty my girlfriend is. Regardless, I tried telling her that the actual narrative of the game was, frankly, ingenious, and how the song was just a trigger. It's not the girl herself that's making me cry, it's the narrative that she's involved in. Also, it's an emotional song. Like, without knowing what happens in the game, I feel like I could be sad to a song like this. Anyways, she wasn't having it and she made me sleep on the couch that night. And then the night after and the night after that. I'm starting to get really mad, and I admit, I was getting frustrated with her that she was treating me poorly because I became emotional over a game. I'm frustrated that I discovered something that moved me like no other game or movie has ever done before, and for some reason I'm being punished for showing my emotions in front of my own partner. I asked my mom for some advice, since I'm thinking of breaking up with her for treating me like this over some little disagreement, but after explaining the situation from both sides, she sided with my girlfriend. Now I have my direct family calling me childish, and all my friends are making fun of me for being into 2D girls. I'm literally not into her, by the way. If you played this game, you would understand what I'm talking about. Since nobody in my community has really played single-player games, I feel like I'm talking to a bunch of people who just aren't going to understand what I'm saying here. I'm getting a lot of anime waifu comments from my girlfriend's friends, and overall I'm becoming more and more done with this situation. I really love my girlfriend like a lot, but this simple misunderstanding is tearing our relationship apart. I'm trying to communicate not only my own feelings but also how she might be taking this situation a bit farther than it reasonably needs to. So Reddit, I need your advice. Do I cut my losses and break it off over something as stupid as this? I kind of don't want to let a fake girl tear my relationship apart. That just feels dumb. Am I being immature? I want her to understand, but I feel as though she's not listening to me. If I don't break it off, how do you think I go about amending this? I just want some honest advice. And here's to hoping my girlfriend and her friends don't find this story and make even more fun of me. Update new act 'cause I kinda broke the rules for the first one. Whoops. I didn't get much sleep last night, mostly due to the third night on the couch and overall being really frustrated with how I've been treated the past couple of days. But when my girlfriend got up this morning, she had a different energy. It was much earlier than she needed to be up, and she invited me back into the bedroom to rest, and we could talk later if I was up for it. I just told her we should talk now, since rest would be hard with this heavy burden on my mind. Well, she apologized. Immediately, she told me how awful she felt for treating me like a cheating boyfriend, and that she had been acting rash and childish out of the fear that I had been falling out of love with her. I was still a little peeved, but I put my anger aside for a while and told her that, yes, she totally had been treating me unfairly for the past couple of days. She didn't defend herself very much, and she started explaining her sudden change of heart. This silly argument has been going on since Wednesday night, and in all the free time she's been having away from me, she had naturally been telling her friends and family. My girlfriend is very close with my mother, so she gave her a lot of detail about the whole situation, including the details about the fake girl that had supposedly captured my eye. Well, her mother told the rest of her family, including my girlfriend's father and most importantly, her younger brother. Now, as I've noticed from the comments from my previous post, my reaction to this song and this character are far from unusual, and seems to be a much more common experience amongst the gamers who have experienced FF7. Her brother, quickly catching on to the situation at hand, quickly called my girlfriend and started explaining the situation to her. While I was writing my previous post, her younger brother had been coming to bat for me, trying to justify that it truly was just the narrative that had brought me to tears. By the way, I wasn't bawling my eyes out. My eyes were watery, and then there were a few tears and a couple sniffles. Seems like some people thought it had sent me into a weird episode. Regardless, my girlfriend started to doubt herself and did some research online. Well, fans of FF7 are quite prolific. So much online discourse talking about this one game had proven my feelings valid enough for my girlfriend, and she had a change of heart sometime overnight. I asked her if there was something I had done to make her so insecure about our relationship, as some commenters suggested, but she brushed it off and told me that she was just anxious because many of her friends were getting cheated on recently, and she was worried that I was growing distant. After a bit of talking, we came to an understanding that I was simply getting more comfortable, and as the time between my lovey-dovey moments were increasing, she was worried that I was drifting away or possibly falling for another woman. I'm quite glad that this conversation is happening now, rather than later, and now I think we've moved past it. We compromised, and she promised that if she ever had a problem with my behavior again, she would communicate more directly with me, as well as treat me more like a human being. She also said she wouldn't mind trying playing a game with me, as she was interested in what she read earlier about one FF7 game. It seems the comments have also left many suggestions for games to try out. I appreciate all your messages, and perhaps both myself and the commenters were being harsh last night. I think this is the best things could have turned out. Also, she brought me a basket full of different yellow flowers with takeout tonight, and I almost cried again, haha. Anyways, perhaps that wasn't the ending you guys were rooting for, but I'm glad that this is finally over, and my relationship with my girlfriend is still solid, and I have a bed to sleep in tonight. Thank you for all your advice. I appreciate it all. Story 7. Original post. My girlfriend is 22 years old. I'm 20. We've been together informally for about a year, and we knew each other before that. And we've been in a serious official committed relationship for 10 months. My girlfriend has never met my family, and I was planning for some time to go visit back home for 3 weeks to celebrate my sister's 22nd birthday. My girlfriend was happy about that, and she suggested coming along as it would be a good opportunity to meet my family for the first time, and I thought that was a wonderful idea. I called up my parents and asked if it was okay if she came, and they said sure. They would also like to meet her, and they prepared the spare bedroom for her. We arrived home and things were going great for the first week. They met each other, they really liked each other. Things were going fantastic. We celebrated my sister's birthday. It was really amazing, and my girlfriend and sister really seemed to get along and like each other. For me, it is something incredibly special and important that they get along because they are both two important people in my life and dear to me. So it made me feel very happy and warm inside that they really liked each other. However, after the birthday and the next few days, I noticed things downturned. My girlfriend became a bit more cold towards my sister, not as pleasant. She said something really mean to her when we went out one day. My sister suggested to my girlfriend that we go swimming at the beach. She said the weather was really nice and my girlfriend would love the beach. My girlfriend had also brought her bathers and she was more than happy to go. We went, the three of us, and we were having fun. Friend said something really insensitive and hurtful. We were sitting in the sand after swimming about and just relaxed. Girlfriend had all sister bad and still gets depression sometimes, though not as bad. When she was at the height, she used to purge and self-harm quite frequently. The scars are all around her thigh area, and she is extremely sensitive and embarrassed about them. She thinks she's a freak if people see them, even though I always try to reassure her about them. Since they are high up on her thigh areas, you normally can't see them at all when she wears normal clothing, but since we were out at the beach and she was wearing a bikini, they were now clearly visible. My girlfriend noticed the scars and pointed and said, "What are those?" My sister just responded very matter-of-factly, "Those are scars from when I used to self-harm." My girlfriend said, "Why on earth would you do that?" I piped in and pointed out that she went through a really difficult period a while back and had depression, but she feels much, and we're all thankful we were able to get past that period as a family. My girlfriend said, "It's a stupid thing to do. Why would you harm yourself? I think girls who do that just do it for attention." My sister told her she has no idea what she's talking about, and she has no idea what it's like to live and wake up in yourself and wanting to hurt yourself. But my girlfriend maintained she just thought it was a form of attention seeking, and she was like, "I'm so glad I don't have scars like that." My sister just replied, "Well, good for you." And she was incredibly upset at this point and got up and stormed away down the beach to sit somewhere else far away. I asked my girlfriend what's gotten into her and why she stuff. She insisted she wasn't trying to be mean, but my sister was too sensitive and took it the wrong way. I told her she was being incredibly stupid and she should really think about what she says, especially if she knows the person has a history of depression, because some words can be really hurtful. I got up and left her and went to sit by my sister, leaving my girlfriend alone by herself. My sister wasn't in the mood for talking about what had just happened, so instead we talked about some other stuff and shared some jokes. My sister then started talking about my girlfriend and said, "You sure know how to pick them, huh?" I told her I had no idea what had gotten over her, and she's normally so very nice, and she was being nice to her all these past days. I don't know why suddenly she was acting like this. Maybe there was something she was hiding or something she wasn't telling me. I was sure eventually she'll realize why what she said was hurtful and apologize. When we got back home, I had a really private conversation with my girlfriend. I explained to her why what she said was hurtful to my sister, because my sister was in fact going through a real emotional period when she did those cuts, and to imply it was all for attention was incredibly dismissive of the real emotions she was feeling at the time. I told her my sister had every right to be upset with what deserved go ending fences. My girlfriend agreed, and she went and apologized to my sister with what sounded like a really sincere and heartfelt apology. My sister accepted it and said that she herself had overreacted, and that girlfriend shouldn't feel bad. I was glad, but unfortunately that was not the end of it, though I wanted it to be. Next day we were at a restaurant having lunch. It was really busy and they were late for the food, and when they brought the food to our table, they had brought the wrong thing for my sister and not what she had ordered. My sister wanted to tell them so that she could get the meal she ordered, but my girlfriend kept telling her to just go with it and eat what she got. My sister said no, she ordered something. She should be able to eat that. She didn't want to eat the other thing, and my girlfriend said it would just make them take even longer and they'd be there for longer. They got into an argument, and my sister was telling her it's none of her business. Then my girlfriend snapped at her and said, "Why do you always have to be the center of everything? Why does it always have to be about you?" My sister got upset and asked her why she was being so mean. She didn't know why she hated her. She had really tried to be nice to her and like her, but she felt like she was just being mean to her for no reason. My girlfriend responded that she thinks me sister is entitled and self-absorbed and narcissistic. My sister then looked like she was about to cry and tears came in her eyes, and my girlfriend just said, "I don't give a fuck if you cry. What are you gonna do, go cut yourself?" My sister then burst out crying loudly in the middle of the restaurant. It was very awkward. There were many people around us and they were all looking at us. She was very, very hurt and she was crying over my shoulder. I put my arms around her and comforted her and told my girlfriend I was very upset with her and I think she should leave us alone for a while. My girlfriend got up and left and said, "Make sure drama queen doesn't hang herself or slice her wrists open." I stayed with my sister and calmed her down until she stopped crying. She must have kept crying for at least half an hour. It was that bad. We didn't even end up eating much of our meal that we paid for, and I took her to the bathroom to dry up and wash her face. She kept saying to me, "Why does she hate me so much? What have I done to her? Am I really that bad?" I calmed her down and hugged her and told her there was nothing wrong with her. She's done nothing wrong, but I need to have a serious talk with her today. I can't believe at all why she's acting like this. If she had a problem with me, she should take it out with me, not on my sister. She was still sorrowful, but we went home after that, and I went to talk with my girlfriend. I sat my girlfriend down in my room and we had a big talk. Instantly, she said, I know, I am so sorry, I am really sorry, I don't know what's come over me." She seemed to know she was acting so cruel and she admitted it and said she felt terrible, she had no idea why. I told her I know she's normally such a kind person, why had she turned all of a sudden into, well, a bitch? She said she agreed and she deserved that word entirely. She told me she thinks she knew the reason. She told me lately she's been feeling extremely jealous of seeing me around my sister and the close bond she's realized that I have with her. She said she feels very hurt and envious because we don't have that ourselves. She said, "You two grew up together and you have all these years of memories and experiences together and have always been a part of each other's lives. I wish we had that." I told her we will have that, but she shouldn't compare herself to my sister. They are two entirely different things. I told her however she felt with the way I was acting. She had no right to take that out on my sister. That was incredibly immature and hurtful. She agreed and said she felt absolutely shit about herself. She told me one thing that had really set her off was when I gave my sister my present to her on her birthday. I'd bought her a hardcover edition of Anne of Green Gables, her favorite and most beloved book from her childhood, and I'd written a special note inside. My girlfriend said she remembers how much that made my sister feel happy and ecstatic when I gave it to her, and she had cried and felt so happy, not because of the book itself, but because I remembered its sentimental value and how much she had loved that book from her childhood, even though she probably didn't mention it or ask for it. My girlfriend compared that to the gift I'd gotten her for her birthday, a jewelry item, which while much more expensive, was generic and probably didn't have as much thought put into it since every guy can guess a woman would appreciate jewelry. I told her I had no idea she felt that way, but I'm sure our relationship, if we give it time, can eventually grow much more, so we can learn those little things about each other's, and we can make new memories to share. I told her, however, the way she was acting to my sister was more than anything jeopardizing our relationship, and I can't be in any relationship with someone who treats her that meanly. It's out of the question. I said she has to keep in mind that my sister does in fact have a very bad history of depression, and she still falls back into it from time to time. She may be more sensitive than most people, and her emotions may be more delicate, but that's just something we have to take into consideration when around her. My girlfriend said she perfectly agreed, and she will try to control herself and act much better around my sister, and give her a heartfelt apology. I told her I hope for both of us she was being honest, and she really will turn around her behavior towards my sister. I said she was being really nice and friendly to her when she first came, and if she can be like that again, it would be perfect. I went to talk to my sister, but she was absolutely in no mood to talk to my girlfriend. She was still upset from earlier and did not want to hear another apology. She thought it would be meaningless. I told her that she really does feel terrible and she would like to make it up to her. My sister told me I have no idea how much my girlfriend hurt her with these words, and by expecting her to forgive her just like that, I was really hurting her. I told her I understand that so much and I apologize, and I am ready to give her all the time she needs. Even if she doesn't forgive her, I am okay with that and will accept that. My sister told me she wishes I'd never come back for her birthday and that I'd never brought my girlfriend with me. She said she was happier when she was just alone with our parents. Me stomping back into her life with my new GF just turned everything upside down for her. And on her birthday too. I told her I still have 2 weeks here, and if she really likes, I can send my girlfriend back on her own so I can spend the 2 weeks I have here just us. My sister said no, she didn't want me to do that to my girlfriend. I suggested we go to the beach again sometime. My sister said absolutely not. She swore she's never going to the beach again. I asked her why, and she just said because of my scars and burst out crying again. It was awful to see. Just the mere mention of it set her off like that and made the tears flow out. I told her she had nothing to be ashamed of because of those scars. She went through a very difficult period and she's an amazing person and we're all proud of her. She just said, "I'm a freak. Why did I even cut myself?" I told her she doesn't need to try to hide them. Anyone who would judge her for those scars isn't worth her time. Nevertheless, she said she didn't want to ever be in a situation where someone could see her scars again. The next day I went shopping with my girlfriend. We were picking out some swim shorts for my sister. I thought maybe if she wore shorts instead of the bikini bottoms with her bikini, then she could hide the scars and she wouldn't have to be afraid of people seeing them. My girlfriend, though, it was a wonderful idea. We bought a variety of different pairs cause we didn't know which my sister would like, and we took them home, and my sister was very happy with them. However, she is still feeling very upset and still seems to harbor some dislike and anxiety towards my girlfriend because of the things she did. I've been considering asking my girlfriend to go back maybe, so that I can spend my remaining 2 weeks at home with my family, since my sister seems less willing to do things if she's around, since she's still feeling extremely self-conscious about what she said. I'm worried if now every time she sees my girlfriend she'll remember those horrible comments and feel self-hatred over the scars again, which probably means I might not ever be able to have a relationship with my girlfriend. I really don't know what to do. So my question to you guys is, how best do you think I should handle this very complicated and delicate situation? Should I send my girlfriend back home, or should I keep her here and try further to mend fences between them? Is there anything I can do to make them like each other more, or should I just accept the fact that there will always be a rift between them and try to keep them apart? How can I help my sister feel better in this situation where she's still feeling upset and like shit? Basically, what should I do and what do you think would be in the interests of everyone involved for me to do? Update, next day. Thanks for all the advice I got from you yesterday. You'll be happy to know that my girlfriend is now my ex-girlfriend. She's gone, it's over, I sent her home. I won't be seeing her again. First thing I did was apologize to my sister and tell her how sorry I was for having been a shit and useless brother. I should have been there for her, but I failed her by giving my girlfriend more chances even after how cruel she had been. I told her how ashamed I felt and how I had failed her as a brother, and I promised her I would never do that again. I swore to her that I'd never put her in a situation where someone can do that to her again. I made a promise, and I really do mean it this time. She forgave me and told me how glad she had honestly really been hoping that I break up with her and send her home, but she didn't want to push me about it, and she reassured me that I am in fact a good brother, and I shouldn't be too hard on myself and call myself a shit brother. I told her it is honestly what I am because I failed her when I should have been there for her. I explained the entire situation to my parents and told them everything that had happened and how my girlfriend was no longer my girlfriend because of what she had done. We are now through. I explained to them that the remaining 2 weeks we can all spend together as a family, and I am really looking forward to that. Both my parents supported me and told me I'd made the right decision. I told them I should have made it earlier and I failed my sister by waiting too long, but they forgave me thankfully and were understanding. Also, some people had mentioned the shorts I had bought. You are right. I was totally sending her the wrong message by getting her something she can wear that will cover up the scars. I told her those shorts I bought are just if she wanted to use them, but I don't think she needed them, and I don't think she should use them. I told her in my opinion she had nothing to be ashamed of from those scars. I think those scars are very beautiful, and I think she is beautiful with them. She should be very proud of herself because she struggled through an immensely difficult period and overcame many hurdles throughout her life, and she ended up on top of it all as a winner. I told her in my opinion she is a hero, and she will always be my hero, the strongest and bravest person I've ever known. She was really happy to hear that, and so were my parents. She said she's not feeling as bad about those scars as she was the previous days, and she's ready to go to the beach again. Story 8. Original post: my girlfriend came home to my on therapy through telehealth. She heard me talking about her and chose to listen for about 30 minutes before I realized she was home. She stormed out and was extremely angry at me. I had been talking about our relationship and had, in heat of emotions, jumped to hurtful conclusions about how people around me feel about her, which is worry I misconstrued in my speaking as dislike. I had also been talking about relationships, some stresses, getting everything out and just talking through it. She says she feels betrayed and like she was stabbed in the back over this. I feel awful and I haven't been able to interpret my feelings on this appropriately either, and I have been responding with anger. How do I proceed? What do I do? Sorry for the small details. It's for privacy's sake. Edit: I do want to add other than what has been stated here. I did not say anything directly mean about her. I've only talked about issues we've had and how those around me might view her. She only heard me talking and not my therapist. She is upset I would share any information about our relationship or what she's been struggling with anyone, including my therapist. Edit 2. I thank you all for all your support, and although I am not replying to every comment, I am reading them and taking everything into account. I'm also at work and work EMS, so I am sorry if I don't get to your comment. Edit 3. I thank you all for your replies. I am sorry I haven't been able to respond to everyone. You've all been a big help, and I am going to reflect on everything everyone has said for sure when looking at this relationship. Thank you all. Update: hello. I recently posted here about my girlfriend eavesdropping on my therapy conversation and the huge fallout that came of it. It's been a couple weeks and a lot has happened. I took everything everyone had said from my previous post and read it multiple times to really get my head where I need to be. I realized that she shouldn't have listened, and that was on her. We had an argument not long after I had made the post. She blamed me for everything, said many hurtful things. I was leaning towards breaking up when her whole script flipped. She acted like she was in the wrong about everything, made me feel like she was going to change for the better. She wasn't. I took a step back from per relationship for 2 days. I wanted to really reflect and think. She didn't honor that wish, and she didn't have any plans to. But after reading all the comments and reflecting, I realized I was in a toxic relationship where I was cutting off my friends and family for this person that I would never be enough for. I ended up breaking you with her. It hurt a lot, but I thank you all so much for helping me see to what needed to be done. I couldn't have done it if it weren't for all of your advice. I wanted to give this little update to let everyone know how thankful I am, and to answer any questions I didn't from my previous post. Story 9. Original post throwaway account for obvious reasons. My fiancé and I have been together 312 years, engaged for 18 months and getting married in May. I thought things were wonderful, but we have hit a major problem. I work in the shipping industry and was away from home for the majority of this. Sorry for the long post, got a lot of background that led to this. A little background, my sister and fiancé were best friends through our relationship. I'm very close with my sister and my parents. My fiancé is very close with her sister, and we thought of everyone as our own families. Recently this last year, my sister left her mentally abusive husband for another guy. Her new guy has a bad past and criminal record, and rightfully so everyone is skeptical of the guy. But my sister's relationship with her new boyfriend is a whole other thing that I'm not gonna get into, not my business as long as she is safe and happy. Since she has been with this new guy, my fiancé has been very vocal about her opinion of him, that he is a criminal. This has put a strain on their friendship, of course. A little over 3 weeks ago, while going over wedding planning, my fiancé told me she did not want my sister's boyfriend at any of our wedding festivities. She said she was going to approach my sister about it. A few days later, she was afraid to and asked me to confront her about this. I told her I would handle it. Knowing this request would hurt my sister's feelings, I asked my mom for advice on how to handle the situation and how best to approach my sister about this. My mother became upset over it and was afraid that if I asked my sister this, it would hurt my relationship with my sister. I knew it would hurt feelings, but I wanted to try and find a compromise somewhere in all this. After the conversation with my mom, I told my fiancé how it went and that it upset my mom. I wanted to give everyone time to cool off, as we still have 3 months till wedding date. I asked my fiancé please be patient, as this was not an easy subject to approach. My fiancé was none too happy about my mom's reaction and was upset as well. Later that night, my fiancé and her sister had a long FaceTime call and vented to her about her frustrations. This becomes a problem later. A few days pass. Unbeknownst to me, my mom had a chat with my sister and agreed to not bring her boyfriend. At this point, they hadn't told either my fiancé or I about it. Then my sister's ex-husband receives an anonymous message on Facebook telling him how my sister cheated on him and left him for a criminal. It was full of half-truths and assumptions, and coincidentally the few truths it included were things my sister had only ever told 2 people, my mom and my fiancé. Once the ex-husband told my sister about the message, shit hit the fan. Next day, I was unaware of the anonymous message until my fiancé told me she had to tell me something. She told me that her sister sent an anonymous message to my sister's ex-husband telling him what she thought was the truth. Fiancé says she only vented to her sister and that her sister took it upon herself to tell the ex-husband. The message included things that were only told to my mom and fiancé, so of course one suspect was my fiancé as the culprit of the message, but no one thought she was capable of this. I told my fiancé it would be best if her sister confessed and cleared finance's name. She was upset over it all, but agreed and talked to her sister. The next morning, I awoke to a shitstorm of a group text. Fiancé's sister confessed in a group chat including myself, fiancé, my sister and my mother. She confessed and explained herself, and as you can expect there were a few heated words at first, but it seemed like things were being cleared up. That was until my fiancé decided that was a good idea to get drunk and tell everyone off. Well, then it became just my fiance telling my mom and my sister how horrible they are in this whole ordeal and how much my fiance hated my sister's boyfriend. It went on for a couple hours of texts. I woke up the next morning to find out about all this. At first I was confused and upset trying to figure out what happened and trying to keep peace between my family and fiance. She thinks I took my family's side and not her side, when I was on her side until she had the drunken outburst. My fiance even so much as laughed about my family being upset. This was 2 weeks ago to the day. Over the next week we didn't talk much. A few heated words, but we agreed to give it time to cool off and try to approach this level-headed. After a week, unknown to me, my mom came by to try and talk with my fiance over things. Fiance was in driveway leaving for work when my mom came by and told her she couldn't talk right then. Later that night, fiance sent an angry barrage of texts to my mom blaming my mom for everything. I have a sneaking suspicion that fiance was drunk again during this. As I work on ships, I was out of town. I had gotten off work early specifically to come home and work things out, as it's difficult to do these things while away for so long. This was 11 days after the anonymous message, and I was at the airport on my way home. At this point, I thought things were calming down, and we might be able to talk it out calmly. I received several texts from fiance about how she refused to pick me up at the airport and wanted to stay in the guest bedroom when I got home. My parents ended up picking me up at the airport. That was when I found out about the angry texts fiance had sent my mom the night before. I arrived home and had a sit-down chat with fiance finally 3 days ago. From what she says, she has no regret and refuses to apologize for the way she acted. She sincerely thinks that her sister was right in sending the anonymous message. We both agreed to stop talking about it for the day, before one of us gets too upset and prevent it from turning into a yelling match. It's been 3 days, and we've hardly spoken to each other in the house. Myself, I can't stand by and let someone intentionally hurt my family. I have talked with my family about it. They are willing to give fiance another chance on my behalf. My fiance says she refuses to be anywhere near my family and thinks I have chosen their side, while I've been trying to keep peace between everyone. Is there some way I can approach this and still keep both my family and fiance? Update, 15 days later. Well, first off, I'd like to thank each and everyone that replied to my original post. A couple of the replies were a little harsh, but looking back, that is exactly what I needed to hear. I broke up with my fiance almost 2 weeks ago, and when we sat down to talk, she was still adamant that what her sister did was the right thing and didn't care that it hurt my family. She didn't apologize, showed no remorse or any sort of sign that she would be willing to work with me on this. This left me with no choice but to break up with her. The first couple days were quiet, a lot of crying and sleeping in different rooms, no arguing or fighting. Then she went to stay at a friend's house 2 days later, and that is when things got bad. She would purposely come back to the house only when I wasn't there and bring her sister with her. Took a few more things from the house than we agreed upon, and her sister decided my couch was a great place to change a dirty diaper for her baby, including leaving a leaking dirty diaper on the couch for me to find. Then the next few days started a smear campaign on social media and lies told to friends. Myself, I've stayed quiet on the social media regarding the breakup and keeping my distance, trying to let things cool down. I have now blocked my now ex-fiancée on every platform, including emails, as it was nothing but her trying to drag me into an argument that would go nowhere. Thank you, kind Redditors that helped me see the light. I had a hunch that things weren't all that great, but I needed someone, strangers, to tell me to pull my head out of my ass. Edit, thank you for the silver, awards, and kind words. After reading all these comments, I feel much better about everything. I appreciate it very much. Story 10. Original. Hello, good people of Reddit. I frequent this sub a lot, and I know it's filled with lots of good people that gives pretty good advice. Throwaway because friends know my Reddit account. Sorry in advance if it sounds rushed or anything. I am kind of rushed and just wrote what I could. I'll answer any questions that anyone may have. Okay, so I am going to try to keep to the main essentials. I met Megan last summer and we began dating. We were both virgins at the time. I had messed around with other girls before but never had actually gone all the way before. She basically saw it as I had already lost my virginity though. She has really conservative parents, as do I, who believe that you should hold off until marriage to have sex, etc. Well, long story short, after dating for a while we began having sex. We always had protection and were careful. I just want to stress the fact that she was 18 at the time we started dating, and she turned 19 while we dated, although because she was held back a year. She was still a senior in high school while I was already in college. While we dated, her dad once asked me if I had ever had sex before, and I lied and told him no. She had told me to lie for us, so I did, and he knew where my parents worked. And I guess call me paranoid, but they have a history of doing rash decisions. So I didn't want there to be a chance where they would try to reach out to my parents and tell them what I had done. We broke up in February because the relationship wasn't working. We were fighting a lot, and we decided to split ways. It wasn't exactly amicable, but we have talked a handful of times since and have been civil. I've tried to push that whole relationship out of my life since and move on. So on to the problem at hand. She texts me today out the blue telling me if anyone from her family contacts me, to not tell them anything or answer anything. I asked her why, and she told me she told her sister she wasn't a virgin anymore and that she had sex with me and one other guy after we broke up. Her sister told her parents, so she wanted to warn me before they reached out to me. I didn't really think anyone would bother contacting me, so I shrugged it off and told her whatever and left it at that. Now her dad just sent me a message on FB telling me he needs to speak with me when I have a chance. I haven't opened up the message as to not show the red part, but I saw the little notification on my phone. Yes, I do realize that I am 21, and if he tells my parents it shouldn't matter because I am on my own, and they don't really have a say in my life anymore, which they don't. But they believe about waiting till marriage for sex for religious reasons, and if they find out I had sex, it will really hurt them and most def make a rift in our relationship. I've already had a rocky relationship with them and I don't want to make it worse. My question is, what should I do? Should I ignore the dad? What if he contacts my parents and tells them? Should I tell him anything? I don't want to argue whether I should care if my parents find out or about religious morals, just about the situation with my ex's parents. I really appreciate any advice and support you guys can offer. Update. So I have been reading all of your comments and I appreciate it, everything everyone has been saying. I decided not to answer him and just wait it out. She texted me again telling me she was sorry, but she came clean to her dad, and she hopes everything works out and he doesn't take measures. I don't know what that means. Frankly, I don't really care. I agree that this is between him and her, and we've been broken up for a while. There's no reason why he should be looking to me for an explanation. She texted me and told me not to ignore her dad because he has my parents' phone number and will call them if he has to. I talked to my roommate and a few of my friends that live near my apartment, and they advised me to message him back but feel out the conversation, not admit to anything and not justify anything. It is what it is and it happened. I honestly don't see what he gets out of talking to me or lecturing me or whatever he wants to do. I do hope he doesn't call my parents BC. That would be a real dick thing of him to do for literally no reason at all. This whole thing is such a headache that I thought was supposed to be over with. I appreciate all the input and I will update once I can have something to update with. Update 2. Wow, this has really blown up way bigger than I thought it would. I've been reading through all of the comments and I appreciate all the advice from you guys. So on to the update. I woke up this morning and my dad called me. I feared the worst, but he only needed like basic tech support for his computer, and that was all he wanted. I felt relieved and went through my day. A little while ago my sister calls me and asks me what my ex's dad's name is. I tell her and she tells me that he called dad and left a voicemail saying he was going to try and call again today. Most of my family was there, and I was on speaker phone, so they asked if knew anything and I told them I wouldn't know why my ex's family would try to contact them after us being broken up for such a long time. My dad said it was odd, and he would wait for the call and see what was up. He figures her dad just wants advice on something, so he would let me know what it's about. I called my sister shortly after and told her why he was calling, and her response was literally bursting out in laughter. She thinks it's really weird for him to do this because he gains nothing from calling us. My ex is obviously not pregnant, and we both don't think he would try to pull the consent card. So we figured he just wants to tell on me basically, and that would be that. My sister and my dad are hanging out all day today, and she told me not to worry about it and it will be okay. She will be texting me and let me know or give me a heads up if anything happens. As soon as I get a response, I will let you guys know. Update, 1 month later. Sue, I tried making this post a little while back, but it was taken down because it was an update. Ike. Either way, a lot of you asked for an update, so here it is. Hopefully this one isn't taken down. Wow. Sue, that last post pretty much blew up more than I thought, haha. I want to thank everyone who commented on it. I may not have been able to respond to everyone, but I did read them, and fairly enjoyed some of them as well as appreciated the advice. So I wanted to wait until after the weekend to post the update because a lot happened, and oh man, it's a pretty good update that most of you will enjoy. So her dad called my dad and was very emotional and pretty pissed off that I lied to him in the sense that I not only told him I hadn't slept with her but didn't plan on it. What else are you supposed to say? Yes, I plan on going hard on the paint. WTF. My dad was pretty taken back and didn't really know what to say. Her dad continued on saying how he wanted to let my parents know what a man whore I was and how I took his daughter's virginity and that it needed to be fixed. My dad just told him he was sorry, he was disappointed in me, and he would handle it. He talked to him some more and calmed him down and then hung up and blocked his number. My dad called me and told me what had happened. I did not give them a heads up. He was pretty calm about it. For a bit he thought the guy wanted money or something, but when he realized he basically just wanted to tattle, he just left it at that. My mom, on the other hand, called me shortly after and flipped out on me about how I could have gotten her pregnant. And did I even think about what would have happened if she got pregnant? Or if I got an STD and a whole bunch of other things? Basically, a fun time. I went home this past weekend to pick up something from my parents' house I needed for my apartment. Something that was mine, just couldn't take it with me the first time because it didn't fit in the car, so it was a pretty awkward weekend. I did see my sister, and she made so many jokes about how one would go fixing a situation like this as how my ex wanted to. Because virginities are basically sold and given and whatnot. But yeah, that's the update. All is well for now. Many awkwards were had relationship with parents is much strained. Story 11, she said, it's not cheating if we're not married yet. When I found out she slept with her ex at her bachelorette party, I didn't confront her. I let her parents pay for the wedding, let her pick the dress, even let her walk down the aisle. Then when the officiant asked if I took her as my wife, I just said, hey viewers, just a quick thanks. Over 14% of you are already subscribed, and it means the world. If you're new here and enjoy these stories, join the family by hitting that subscribe button. We're on the road to 10,000. I 32M Jake am writing this from my hotel room in Vegas, still in my tux. Wedding was supposed to be yesterday. Keyword supposed. Let me back up. 3 weeks ago, my fiancée, Claire, 29F, went to Miami for her bachelorette party. Her sister, Megan, organized the whole thing. 5 days of clubs, beaches, and one last hurrah before settling down. I wasn't worried. Claire and I had been together 6 years, engaged for 1. She'd never given me reason to doubt her. Plus, her friends are pretty tame compared to the horror stories you hear about bachelorette parties. She came back Sunday evening glowing and relaxed, showed me pictures on her phone, beach shots, group dinners, some club photos. Normal stuff. Did you have fun? Amazing time, I needed that. Monday she went back to work. Tuesday, I got a call from my buddy Ryan, who works in Miami hospitality. He manages VIP services at one of the big hotels. Hey Jake, weird question. Was Claire in Miami last weekend? Yeah, bachelorette party. Why? Saw her at the Fontainebleau Saturday night. She was with some guy, tall, dark hair, looked cozy. My stomach dropped. You sure it was her? Positive. I've met her like 5 times at your parties. She was definitely with this dude, holding hands, dancing real close. Maybe it was just dancing. Jake, they left together, went up to the elevator to the room floors. I sat there processing. Ryan wouldn't lie about something like this. Did you recognize the guy? Never seen him before. That night I casually asked Claire about Saturday. Oh, we hit a few clubs, danced until like 2 a.m., super fun. Anyone interesting, just us girls. Well, Megan's friend brought her boyfriend, but he mostly stayed at the bar. Straight lie. Ryan said she was with some random guy, not Megan's friend's boyfriend. Wednesday I couldn't focus on work. Kept thinking about it. Finally called Megan. Hey Megan, Claire said you guys had a blast in Miami. Oh yeah, total party weekend. She mentioned Saturday night was crazy. Saturday was definitely wild. We hit like 3 different places. Cool. She said some guy was bothering you all. Pause. What guy? She mentioned some dude was being persistent with the group. No, nothing like that. Why? Megan had no idea what I was talking about, which meant Claire had been with some guy and Megan either didn't know or was covering. Thursday, I decided to do some digging. Claire always posts everything on social media, but her Miami posts were limited. Just the group shots she'd shown me. I checked her friends' accounts. Found Megan's Instagram. Lots of Miami content, but nothing from Saturday night. Friday night had tons of posts. Sunday brunch had posts. Saturday night was a black hole. Friday evening, Claire was being extra affectionate, making my favorite dinner, talking about how excited she was for the wedding. 2 weeks from today we'll be married. Can't wait, Jake, I love you so much. These past 6 years have been perfect. Perfect. While she was lying to my face about Miami, that weekend I made a decision. I wasn't going to confront her, not yet. I wanted to know exactly what happened, and I wanted her to volunteer the truth. Plus, confronting her would just lead to more lies and manipulation. Better to have all the facts first. Monday, I called Ryan back and asked if he could help me understand what really happened. Look, I shouldn't be doing this, but you're a friend. Let me see what I can find out through the guest services system. I appreciate it, man. Wednesday, Ryan called back. Your girl was definitely with someone Saturday night. I checked our VIP guest logs. The guy she was with is Marcus Thompson from Atlanta. Registered guest, paid for bottle service at the club. My blood went cold. Marcus, Claire's ex-boyfriend from college. The one she dated for 2 years before we met. Are you sure about the name? Positive. He charged champagne and room service to his room around midnight. Expensive stuff. Room service. Yeah, for 2 people. Champagne and dessert. Then nothing on his account until Sunday morning when he checked out. 6 hours unaccounted for. She spent the night with her ex-boyfriend. Ryan, is there any way to know if this was planned? I did some digging through our reservation system. Marcus booked his room 3 weeks ago. Same weekend as your girl's bachelorette party. 3 weeks ago. Gets worse. He specifically requested our VIP club package. The one that includes access to all the places your girl's group went Saturday night. This wasn't coincidental. She'd been planning this for weeks. That evening, Claire was going through wedding seating charts. Should we put my college friends at table 6 or 7? Whatever you think is best. Marcus RSVP'd yes, by the way. The audacity. She was inviting the guy she'd cheated with to our wedding. Marcus Thompson. Yeah, from Atlanta. I told you he was coming. She hadn't told me. Another lie, looking forward to seeing him. Oh, you'll love him. He's doing really well for himself. I bet he was. That night I made another decision. I wasn't canceling the wedding. I was gonna let her go through with the whole charade. Let her parents spend their money. Let her pick her dress and flowers and cake. Let her walk down that aisle thinking she'd gotten away with it. Then I'd destroy her at the altar. Update 1. 1 week before the wedding. The past week has been surreal. Planning a wedding while knowing your bride to be cheated on you with her ex. Claire's been in full wedding mode. Dress fittings, flower arrangements, last-minute vendor calls. Her parents flew in from Oregon and took over our spare bedroom. Her dad, Bill, pulled me aside Wednesday. "Jake, I want you to know how happy we are to have you in the family. Claire's never been happier. Thanks, Bill. She means everything to me." The lies come easier now. Her mom, Susan, has been crying happy tears all week. "My baby is getting married. I can't believe it. She's going to be a beautiful bride." Claire herself has been glowing, talking about our honeymoon, about the future, about how perfect everything is. "Jake, this week has been magical. I feel so connected to you." Connected, that's the word. I know Miami was good for me. It reminded me how much I love what we have. Miami, where she spent the night with Marcus. Thursday, Marcus called me. Actually called me. "Jake, looking forward to Saturday. Been too long since I've seen Claire. Should be a great party. She mentioned your honeymooning in Italy. Sounds amazing. We're excited." Claire always talked about going to Italy, back in college, back when they were dating, when she was sleeping with him. Well, now she gets to go, with the right guy. The passive aggression was obvious. This dude thought he was clever. Friday night we had the rehearsal dinner. Claire looked beautiful. Her parents gave speeches about love and commitment and partnership. Marcus was there. Tall, confident, kept catching Claire's eye across the room. She'd smile and look away, plain innocent. During the best man speech I watched them. Marcus raised his glass to her. She blushed. My best man Tom finished his speech. "To Jake and Claire, may you always be honest with each other." Everyone drank, including Claire and Marcus. Honest. Right. After dinner people were mingling. I saw Claire and Marcus talking by the bar. Heads closed together, her laughing at something he said. Tom noticed too. "Who's that guy Claire's talking to?" "Her ex-boyfriend from college. Weird that he's here." "Very weird. They seem friendly. Very friendly." I didn't approach them, just watched. Marcus put his hand on her arm while talking. She didn't pull away. 20 minutes later Claire came over. "Having fun, babe?" "Great time." "You and Marcus looked like you were catching up." "Oh yeah, just reminiscing about college. Nothing important. Nothing important, like spending the night together 3 weeks ago." "Cool. Ready for tomorrow? I can't wait to marry you, Jake." The sincerity in her voice was almost believable. Update 2. Wedding day yesterday was the day. Started normal enough. Got ready with my groomsmen at the hotel. Claire was getting ready at her parents' suite with her bridesmaids. Text from her at 10 a.m. "Can't wait to see you at the altar." Text back. "Going to be perfect." Tom could tell something was off. He seemed calm for a guy getting married in 4 hours, just ready to get it done. Cold feet, opposite of cold feet. My phone buzzed. Text from the pie. Latest credit card activity shows Marcus Thompson checked into local hotel last night. Room charge at hotel bar until 2 a.m. "Want me to dig deeper?" I texted back. "No need. I have everything I need." Marcus had flown in for the wedding and was partying until 2 a.m. Probably texting Claire all night. 1 p.m. we headed to the venue. Beautiful outdoor ceremony. 150 guests, perfect weather. Claire's parents had spent at least 50 grand on this thing. Guests were arriving. I shook hands, made small talk, played the happy groom. Marcus showed up at 1.3, came right over to me. "Big day, Jake." "The biggest." Claire looked stunning. Saw her earlier. "When did you see her?" "She texted me this morning, wanted to make sure I found the venue okay." She was texting him on our wedding morning. That's Claire, always thinking of others. She's special. You're a lucky guy. The luckiest. 2 p.m. the music started. Bridesmaids walked down the aisle. Megan looked nervous for some reason. Then Claire appeared. She looked perfect. White dress, veil, flowers. Her dad walking beside her, beaming with pride. Every guest stood up, cameras flashing. Her mom crying happy tears. Claire was glowing, smiling at everyone. When she saw me at the altar, her smile got even bigger. She mouthed, "I love you." I nodded back. Her dad handed her off to me with a whisper, "Take care of my daughter." "I will." The officiant started the ceremony. Standard stuff about love and commitment and partnership. Marriage is built on trust, honesty, and faithfulness. Claire squeezed my hands. Marcus was sitting in the third row watching intently. Jake and Claire have chosen to pledge their lives to each other in front of family and friends. More hands squeezing from Claire. The vows they speak today represent their commitment to face life's challenges together. I could see Claire's mom wiping tears. Her dad recording everything on his phone. The officiant turned to me. Jake, do you take Claire to be your lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold, in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, for better or worse, forsaking all others, as long as you both shall live? This was it. The moment I'd been planning for 2 weeks. I looked at Claire. She was radiant, expectant, completely confident. I looked at the crowd. 150 people waiting for my answer. I looked at Marcus in the third row. He was leaning forward slightly. I looked back at Claire. I do not. Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Claire's face went white. What? The officiant looked confused. I'm sorry, I said. I do not. Gasps from the crowd. Claire's mom made a choking sound. Jake, what are you doing? Claire whispered. I pulled out my phone, opened the folder with all the pie's evidence. I'm not marrying someone who spent the night with her ex-boyfriend 3 weeks ago. More gasps. Claire's dad started standing up. That's not. Jake, you're confused. Marcus Thompson, your college ex. Saturday night at the Fontainebleau while you told me you were with the girls. Claire went from white to red. Jake, I can explain. You told me it wasn't cheating because we weren't married yet. Well, we're not married now either. I turned to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, Claire spent her bachelorette party with her ex-boyfriend Marcus, who's sitting right there in row 3. When I found out, she said it wasn't cheating because we weren't married yet. So I figured I'd wait until we almost were. Marcus was trying to sink into his seat. People were turning to stare at him. Claire was crying now. Jake, please, not like this. Exactly like this. In front of everyone who came to celebrate your commitment and faithfulness. Her dad reached the altar. Son, what's going on? Bill, your daughter spent the night with her college ex-boyfriend during her bachelorette party, then invited him to our wedding. Bill looked at Claire, then at Marcus, then back at Claire. Claire, Daddy, it's not what it sounds like. She was with him from midnight until Sunday morning, Bill. Room service for 2. Champagne and dessert. Bill's face went through several emotions. Confusion, anger, disappointment. Is this true? Claire was sobbing now. It was a mistake. It didn't mean anything. A night-long mistake. The crowd was buzzing now. Half were recording on their phones. The other half were just staring in shock. Venue security started moving toward the altar, but I was already walking back down the aisle. Jake, where are you going? Tom called out. Vegas. The room's already paid for. Final update 48 hours later. Well, that was something. The aftermath at the venue was apparently legendary. I left right after my announcement, but Tom filled me in later. Claire completely melted down, crying, screaming, begging people to stop recording. Her parents were mortified. Her mom locked herself in the bathroom for 20 minutes. Security had to escort Marcus out after several of my groomsmen confronted him. Not physically, but they made sure everyone got a good look at the guy who helped destroy a wedding. The venue coordinator was confused about whether to serve dinner. Claire's dad told them to go ahead. People need to eat. So 150 guests ate a reception dinner while Claire cried in the bridal suite. Her sister Megan apparently knew about Miami the whole time. She finally admitted Claire had called her panicking Sunday morning, begging her to cover for her. She said it was a mistake and you'd never find out. Claire's parents drove home to Oregon yesterday. Her dad called me before they left. Jake, I owe you an apology if I had known what Claire did. You couldn't have known, Bill. She lied to everyone. The money for the wedding, I know it's gone, but don't worry about the money. Consider it a lesson learned. What she did was unforgivable, I agree. Claire's been blowing up my phone. Calls, texts, voicemails, all variations of the same theme. It was a mistake. It meant nothing. I love you, not him. We can work through this. Everyone makes mistakes. You humiliated me. That last one was my favorite. I humiliated her by exposing what she did. Marcus apparently got fired. His company has a morality clause and someone sent them the wedding video. Sleeping with engaged women doesn't look good for their brand. As for me, I'm in Vegas living my best life. Took the honeymoon money and turned it into a guy's trip. Tom flew out yesterday. We're seeing shows, playing poker, enjoying the freedom. The revenge wasn't elaborate, but it was perfect. Claire got exactly what she deserved. Public humiliation in front of everyone who mattered to her. Her family, friends, co-workers, everyone now knows she's a cheater. She wanted to have her cake and eat it too, sleep with Marcus and marry me. Instead, she got exposed at the altar and lost everything. The best part, I didn't have to say much. Just told the truth at the worst possible moment for her. Sometimes timing is everything. She said it wasn't cheating because we weren't married yet. She was right, and now we never will be. Thanks for reading, Reddit. Time to hit the blackjack tables. Peace out. Story 12. My fiancé said I need a no-contact break to find myself. I replied, take all the time you need. Then I shipped her belongings to her parents' house. Her panicked, I'm ready to come home text came the next day. I 31 male, am, or I guess was, engaged to Lauren, 29. We've been together for 6 years, living together for 4 in the apartment I bought before I met her. Our wedding was scheduled for 5 months from now. I genuinely believed we were happy. Last Wednesday, she sat me down on our sofa, the one we spent a whole weekend picking out, debating the merits of velvet versus woven fabric. She had a look on her face I'd never seen before, not anger, not sadness, but a kind of detached seriousness. Kyle, she began, her gaze fixed on a spot on the wall just over my shoulder. I need to be honest about my journey right now. My stomach tightened. The word journey used outside the context of travel is never a good sign. What kind of journey, Lauren? I feel a bit lost, she said, her voice a carefully modulated instrument of sincerity. I love you, of course, but in building our life together, I think I've lost touch with who Lauren is separate from us. I need space, a real no-contact break to find myself. I just stared, my mind buffering. It felt like she was reading from a bad self-help book. A no-contact break. What does that mean? Are you going to stay with Qley for a few days? She shook her head, a flicker of impatience in her eyes. No, Kyle, I need a real break from us, from this apartment, from our routines. I need to be completely on my own. No texts, no calls. It's the only way I can figure out my own path. I've been on the internet long enough. I know the script. I need to find myself is often shorthand for I've already found someone else and want to give it a test run without consequences. My first impulse was a hot, blinding flash of anger. I wanted to yell, to demand the truth, to ask her if the last 6 years were a complete joke to her. But my throat closed up. I couldn't speak. I saw the path ahead, the fighting, the pleading, the slow, agonizing death of our relationship over weeks or months. And in that moment of helpless silence, a different thought took root, a cold, quiet, and deeply practical one. She was asking for an ending. She was just dressing it up in therapy speak to absolve herself of guilt. I took a slow, ragged breath. When I finally spoke, my voice was unnervingly calm. Okay, she blinked, clearly thrown. Okay, yes, okay, your journey is important. You should take all the time you need. I understand. The relief that washed over her face was sickening. She was expecting a scene, a fight. I gave her an easy exit. Oh, Kyle, thank you. I knew you were mature enough to understand. I'll just pack an overnight bag. No, I said, my voice still quiet but with a new edge to it. If you need a clean slate, you need a clean slate. No half measures, no safety nets. I stood up, the motion feeling strangely distant, like I was watching someone else. Take all the time you need, Lauren. I'll take care of everything here. She left an hour later with a small duffel bag, giving me a quick dry kiss on the cheek. She said this would make us stronger in the end. I just nodded, the lie hanging in the air between us. The door clicked shut, and the silence of the apartment crashed down on me. I didn't move for an hour. I just sat there on my half of the sofa, staring at the indentation she'd left. The anger I'd suppressed earlier came back, followed by a wave of grief so profound it felt like I was drowning. This was it. It was really over. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, fueled by coffee and a hollowed-out feeling in my chest, I knew what I had to do. I couldn't live in a museum of our relationship, waiting for her to maybe, possibly, decide I was what she wanted. Her request for a break was the end. My acceptance was the funeral. I started packing. It wasn't a cold, robotic process. It was brutal. Every object I touched was a memory. The ugly ceramic mug I bought her on our first trip, her collection of yoga mats, the ridiculously expensive skincare regimen that took up the entire bathroom counter. I packed it all, my grief slowly hardening into a grim resolve. This was a necessary amputation. By late afternoon, my living room was filled with boxes. I called a professional moving service, not a rush job, just a regular one. They scheduled a pickup for the next morning. While I waited, I started the digital purge. Canceled her name from the utility account she was supposed to be managing. I went to our wedding venue's website. The $2,500 deposit was non-refundable. I stared at the number, a concrete value for our failed future. It hurt. With a deep breath, I filled out the cancellation request and sent it into the ether. The next day, after the movers had taken all 17 boxes away, addressed to her parents' house 3 states over, I stood in the echoing space of my own home. I felt empty, not triumphant, just exhausted. That afternoon, my phone buzzed. It was Lauren. The text, "I've had some time to think. It was a mistake. I'm ready to come home now. I miss you." I waited for the feeling of relief. It didn't come. Instead, I just felt tired. I texted back, "I don't think that's a good idea. Your belongings are on their way to your parents' house. They should be there by the end of the week. I hope you found what you were looking for." Her call came 3 seconds later. I let it go to voicemail. The barrage had begun. Update 1. It's been a long week. Thank you for the messages of support. It's strange how validating it is to have strangers confirm you're not insane. My phone has been a war zone. After her initial 27 missed calls, Lauren's texts became a master class in emotional whiplash. "Lauren, what do you mean you shipped my stuff? Kyle, call me. This is not funny. You sent my things to my parents. Are you serious? You can't do that. It was a break, Kyle, a break. To work on myself for us. I made a mistake. I was scared and I messed up. Please, I love you. Let's just talk about this. I'll do anything." Then came the text from her best friend Qley, not yelling but something far more insidious. "Hey Kyle, Lauren is a complete wreck. I think you really overreacted. You know she loves you, she was just confused. You need to be the bigger person and let her come home me. She wanted a no-contact break. I'm giving it to her, don't be cruel. She didn't mean it like that and you know it. She deserves some grace. Don't throw away 6 years because you're angry." The gaslighting was impressive. The real trouble started on Tuesday. I received an email from Martha, the coordinator at our wedding venue. It was not the simple confirmation I was expecting. "Dear Kyle, I am writing regarding your cancellation request for event hack redacted. I must inform you that we received a call from Ms. Lauren yesterday. She stated that your cancellation request was sent in error during a period of personal distress, and that she, as the cosigner on the contract, does not consent to the cancellation. Furthermore, she has requested that if the event date is to be released, the $2,500 deposit be held as a credit in her name for a future booking. As there is a dispute between the contracting parties, we cannot proceed with the cancellation or issue any refunds credits until we receive a notarized joint statement or a legal directive. The funds are currently frozen." My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a clumsy smash and grab. This was smarter. She wasn't trying to steal the money outright. She was trying to trap it in bureaucratic limbo. She knew I was conflict-averse and was betting I'd rather let her have the money than deal with the hassle. It was a calculated move. I called Martha, who was polite but firm. She explained that her hands were tied. Both our names were on the initial contract, even though I paid everything. She couldn't act on my word alone when her cosigner was actively disputing it. The dream of a clean break vanished. This was going to get messy. To make matters worse, I got a call from Lauren's mother, Judith. I was expecting her to be angry, but her voice was just tense. "Kyle, Walter and I are here. We just spoke to Lauren. She said you threw her out without any warning. What on earth is going on?" She wasn't yelling, but the defensive tone was clear. She was protecting her daughter. This wasn't going to be an easy conversation. Update 2. Okay, things have escalated. It feels like I'm in a low-budget legal drama. That call with Lauren's parents was draining. I didn't meet Judith's defensiveness with anger. I just calmly and sadly laid out the facts. I told her exactly what Lauren said, her "I need to find myself" speech. Then I told them about her call to the wedding venue, trying to lock up the $2,500 deposit. There was a long silence on the phone. Then I heard her father, Walter, sigh heavily in the background. "Judith," he said, Ask him if this has anything to do with a man named Zachary. My heart hammered in my chest. Who's Zachary? I asked, playing dumb. Judith's voice was strained when she came back on. Kyle, we're sorry. We didn't know the extent of it. She has a history of making impulsive decisions. We just hoped she had grown out of it. It wasn't the immediate total support from the original story. It was the reluctant, weary concession of parents who have seen this show before. They didn't offer to fix it. They just sounded defeated. A week later, I received a thick envelope in the mail. No certified letter, just a regular one. Inside was a typed letter from Lauren and a stack of printed-out receipts. She had upped her game. There was no talk of emotional labor. It was a detailed, 4-page document demanding reimbursement for her share of our cohabitated life. She included copies of receipts for a bookshelf, a desk chair, various kitchen gadgets, and a bill for a dental procedure from 2 years ago. She claimed she had covered numerous household expenses in cash and was demanding repayment. Her total demand was a shockingly specific $9,475. It was a work of fiction, but a well-documented one. She was building a case, hoping to bury me in paperwork. The dirty tricks continued. The photographer called me not to ask for money, but to give me a heads up. Lauren had called him, told him the wedding was off, and asked if he could write a statement of loss for her, saying she had paid the $1,000 deposit in full so she could claim it on an insurance policy she never had. He was a nice guy and thought it smelled fishy, so he wanted to let me know. She wasn't just lying to get money. She was trying to get others to lie for her. This was the final straw. My grief had long since evaporated, replaced by a cold, hard resolve. She wanted to play games with paper. Fine. I live and breathe spreadsheets for a living. The counteroffensive. I didn't just make one spreadsheet. I made a whole damn PowerPoint presentation. Slide 1. Executive summary, a brief, polite rejection of her demand. Slide 2. Analysis of Lauren's claims. I went through her receipts one by one. The bookshelf, I cross-referenced my credit card statement from that month, showing the charge to my account. The desk chair, I found the email order confirmation in my name. The dental procedure, I attached a copy of the insurance statement, showing my policy had covered 80% of it. Slide 3. Kyle's documented losses. This was my version of her demand. The $2,500 venue deposit, frozen but my loss. The $1,000 photographer fee, gone. The cost of shipping her life across 3 states, $785. The final utility bill she'd left me with, $180. My total documented losses directly due to her actions, $4,465. Slide 4. The path forward. I offered 2 options. Option A. She signs a notarized statement agreeing to the cancellation of the wedding venue contract and releases any claim to the deposit. In return, I will absorb my $4,465 loss and we walk away, never speaking again. Option B. She refuses, and I use the exact documentation I was presenting to file against her in small claims court to recover my losses. I converted the presentation to a PDF. I titled it Financial Reconciliation. I wrote a very short, polite email, attached the PDF, and sent it to Lauren. And once again I CC'd Walter and Judith, not out of malice but because they were now entangled in this mess whether they liked it or not. I didn't get a response for 4 days. The silence was unnerving. Final update. It's over. I think it's finally truly over. The ending wasn't a sudden explosion but a slow, messy fizzle. I never heard from Zachary. I never got a direct reply from Lauren to my email. The information trickled in from the one mutual friend, Harold, that I still talk to. He heard the story from a very gossipy, very remorseful Qley, who was trying to get back in the social group's good graces. Apparently, my financial reconciliation PDF caused a meltdown of epic proportions. Her parents, faced with undeniable documented proof of her lies, finally put their foot down. The call wasn't a single confrontation but a week-long war. They presented her with the facts. She tried to deny them, but the receipts and statements were irrefutable. They cut her off. Not just her credit card, but the whole safety net. Zachary, the lifestyle entrepreneur, did not react with a poetic justice speech. His reaction was far more common and pathetic. Once he realized Lauren's family support was gone and she came with significant debt, which her parents informed her she now had to handle, he simply faded away. The texts became less frequent. He was suddenly always busy in meetings. About 2 weeks after she was financially cut off, she came home to their rented studio to find his stuff gone and a note on the counter that said, "Sorry, the energy here isn't right for me anymore." He blocked her on everything. No drama, just a quiet, cowardly exit. Lauren is now living with her parents, not just in the garage but in her old teenage bedroom. It's not a punishment. It's a grim necessity. According to Harold, she's not humbled or remorseful. She's bitter. She's spinning a new narrative to a fresh audience of old high school friends. In this version, she was the victim of a controlling, emotionally cold fiancé who brutally threw her out. And then she was taken advantage of by a con artist, Zachary. Some people are buying it. I've had to block a couple of her distant relatives on social media who sent me angry messages. A week after I sent my email, I received a letter from a notary. It was the signed agreement to release the venue deposit. She took option A. She knew she would lose in court, so I won, but it doesn't feel like a clean victory. I lost a woman I loved for 6 years. I'm out over $4,000. I have trust issues that are going to take a long time to unpack. The apartment doesn't feel empty anymore. It just feels quiet. I've started redecorating, but it's a slow process. Some days I feel free and light. Other days I feel an old phantom limb of bitterness and regret. It wasn't a neat story with a perfect bow at the end. It was a messy, painful, and expensive lesson. Sometimes when people show you who they are, you have to be willing to pack it all in a box and ship it away, even if it costs you a piece of yourself. Thanks for following along. It's time for me to log off and start a new chapter. Story 13. My girlfriend Rachel said I embellished my past, deal with it. I said, okay, I'll deal with it. Then I hired a private investigator and watched her entire world burn to the ground. I'm Mike, 28, and I work as a data analyst for an insurance company. My whole job is about spotting patterns, inconsistencies, red flags. I live and breathe spreadsheets, probability models, and risk assessments. So when the woman I'd been dating for 8 months started showing data points that didn't add up, my professional instincts kicked in hard. Rachel seemed perfect when we first met at a coffee shop near downtown. She was 26, gorgeous, and had this confidence that drew me in immediately. According to her, she came from money. Her dad was a successful corporate attorney in North Carolina. Her mom ran a boutique art gallery. She'd graduated from Duke with a business degree and was now working in pharmaceutical sales, making 6 figures right out of college. Everything about her lifestyle backed up her story. She drove a BMW, lived in a nice apartment in the trendy part of town, always had money for expensive dinners and weekend trips. She dressed like money, talked like money, and carried herself like someone who'd never worried about a bill in her life. The red flags started small. We were at dinner with my coworkers 3 months in, and Rachel was telling this story about her dad handling some big corporate merger. My buddy Jake's wife is actually a paralegal, and she started asking specific questions about the case. Simple stuff, but Rachel's answers got vague real quick. She kept saying things like, "Oh, he doesn't really talk about work details, and you know how lawyer confidentiality works." When I brought it up later, Rachel laughed it off. "Babe, I don't memorize every case my dad works on. I'm not a lawyer myself." Fair enough, I thought. Maybe I was being weird about it. The second weird thing happened about a month later. We were at her place and I was helping her move some furniture. I knocked over a box and a bunch of papers spilled out. Most of it was normal stuff, but I saw what looked like a community college transcript. When I asked about it, Rachel got this look I'd never seen before. Cold, almost panicked. "That's from when I took some summer courses," she said, snatching the papers away. "Extra credits for my Duke degree. God, Mike, do you have to analyze everything?" The way she said it bothered me. Not just defensive, but like I was being unreasonable for asking a simple question. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The third incident was the one that really got to me. We were looking at engagement rings just for fun, and Rachel mentioned that she'd been engaged before. Just once, she said. To this guy Tom back in college. Total disaster. He became really controlling and possessive, started stalking me when I tried to break up with him. I had to get a restraining order and everything. She seemed genuinely upset talking about it, so I didn't push. But then she said something that stuck with me. The worst part was he ruined my credit, opened cards in my name, destroyed my financial reputation. It took years to recover. At the time, I felt bad for her. What a nightmare to go through. But later, something nagged at me. How does someone ruin your credit by opening cards in your name? That's identity theft, and it's not that hard to prove and fix. Unless. I started paying closer attention to her stories. Her dad's law firm changed names twice in conversations. Her college stories never included any specific details about professors, classes, or even the campus. When I asked about her sorority, she said she didn't really do the Greek thing, but then mentioned sorority events in other conversations. The breaking point came on a Saturday morning in November. We were having coffee and Rachel was scrolling through her phone when she suddenly got excited. "Oh my God, look at this," she said, showing me a news article. "My dad's firm just won this huge case. He's probably going to make partner this year." I looked at the article. It was about a law firm in Charlotte, but the name was different from what she'd told me before. When I pointed that out, she got that cold look again. "Mike, what is your problem lately? You're constantly questioning everything I say. It's like you don't trust me." "I'm not trying to be difficult," I said. "I just want to understand. You've mentioned 3 different firm names now." That's when she exploded, not yelling, but this icy, controlled anger that was somehow worse. "Fine," she said. "You want the truth. I embellished some things. My dad isn't a partner, he's just an associate. We weren't rich growing up, we were upper middle class. I went to Duke for 2 years, not 4. I stretched the truth to impress you, deal with it." "Embellished?" I asked. "Deal with it," she repeated, like I was being ridiculous for caring. That phrase hit me like a slap, not the lies themselves, but the absolute entitlement in her voice, like my need for honesty in our relationship was a personal failing. Like I should just accept being deceived and move on. Something cold and clear settled over me. I looked at her sitting there, expecting me to just take it, and I smiled. "Okay," I said, "I'll deal with it." The relief on her face was immediate. She actually hugged me. "Thank you, babe. I knew you'd understand. Some guys would make such a big deal out of nothing." But in my head, I was already making a different kind of deal, with myself. Monday morning, I took a personal day. I drove downtown to a small office building and sat across from a private investigator named Linda Walsh. She was probably in her 50s, looked like somebody's mom, but her eyes were sharp as hell. "I need to know who my girlfriend really is," I told her, sliding Rachel's photo across the desk along with a check for $3,000. Real family background, education, employment history. "And I especially want to know about her ex-fiancé, Tom. She claims he was abusive and stalked her." Linda pocketed the check. "How long have you been together?" 8 months. "And you're just now getting suspicious." "I'm a data analyst," I said. "I notice patterns. The pattern here is that nothing adds up." She nodded. "I'll have something for you in a week." That week was the longest of my life. I had to pretend everything was normal while feeling like I was living with a stranger. Rachel was extra affectionate, probably thinking she dodged a bullet. She started talking about moving in together, maybe getting a bigger place. Every word felt like another lie. The email from Linda came on a Friday evening. Subject line: "Rachel Martinez investigation complete." I waited until Rachel was in the shower, then opened it on my laptop. The first page destroyed her family story. Her father wasn't a lawyer. He'd been a paralegal until 2019, when he was arrested for embezzling client funds from the firm where he worked. He'd served 18 months in federal prison and was currently working at a call center. Her mother wasn't an art gallery owner. She cleaned houses and had filed for bankruptcy twice. The education section was just as bad. Rachel had completed exactly 1 semester at a community college in North Carolina. No Duke, no business degree, no 6-figure sales job either. She worked part-time at a medical office, making maybe $30,000 a year. But the real bombshell was the section about Tom. Tom Rivera had been her fiancé for 2 years. He owned a small but successful landscaping business that he'd built from nothing. According to court records and interviews Linda had conducted, here's what really happened. Rachel convinced Tom to add her as an authorized user on his business credit cards to help with bookkeeping. Over 6 months, she ran up $45,000 in charges. Not business expenses. Personal shopping, spa treatments, jewelry, and a down payment on the BMW she was still driving. When Tom discovered the charges and confronted her, Rachel didn't just leave. She emptied their joint checking account, took the BMW that was in both their names, and disappeared. When Tom tried to contact her to work out repayment, she filed a restraining order claiming he was stalking her. The legal battle destroyed Tom's business. He had to sell his equipment to pay the debt she'd racked up. The restraining order made it impossible for him to work with several of his regular clients who didn't want drama. His business collapsed within a year. Linda had tracked him down and interviewed him. He was working construction now, still paying off the debt Rachel had left him with. He'd never been abusive. He'd never stalked her. He'd been a guy who worked 70 hours a week trying to build something, and she'd systematically destroyed it. I sat in my car in a parking lot reading this report, and I felt something I'd never yell or break things. The ice-cold kind that makes you think very clearly about consequences. Rachel wasn't just a liar. She was a predator, and I was her next victim. I drove home and acted completely normal. Made dinner, watched Netflix, went to bed, but I was already planning. First, I called Linda. I need you to compile everything into a clean, documented report. Police quality evidence, and I need Tom Rivera's current contact information. Next, I started documenting everything I could about Rachel's current situation. Her real income, her expenses, how she was affording her lifestyle. It didn't take long to figure out she was running up credit card debt again, probably planning to stick me with it eventually. I also started quietly moving my stuff out of her apartment. A few things at a time, nothing she'd notice. I told her I was reorganizing my closet at my place. The plan was simple. I was going to ghost her completely, but not before making sure Tom got justice, and she couldn't do this to anyone else. 2 weeks later, everything was ready. Rachel was working late on a Tuesday, or at least that's what she told me. I had everything I owned out of her apartment already. I sat down at my computer and composed an email to Tom Rivera. Tom, you don't know me, but I'm dating the woman who destroyed your business. I know what really happened, and I have proof. She's doing it again. Call me. I attached Linda's full report and my own documentation of Rachel's current fraudulent lifestyle. Then I sent it. Tom called me within an hour. His voice was shaky when he said, "Is this real? Please tell me this is real." "It's real," I said. "She told me you were an abusive stalker, but you're not, are you?" Jesus Christ, no. I loved her. I would have given her anything if she'd just asked. I worked 18-hour days trying to give us a good life. The statute of limitations hasn't run out on what she did to you, I told him. You could still press charges. There was a long pause. Then, I need to think about this. Think fast, I said, because I'm about to disappear from her life and she's going to be desperate. Desperate people make mistakes. The next morning, I sent Rachel a text. Not feeling well, going to stay at my place for a few days. Normal enough that she wouldn't panic. Then I blocked her number and all her social media. I didn't send her a goodbye letter. I didn't leave a note. I just vanished. 2 days later, Tom called me back. I talked to a lawyer. We're filing charges. 3 days after that, I got a call from an unknown number. It was Rachel, probably using someone else's phone. I let it go to voicemail. "Mike, what the hell is going on? I haven't heard from you in days. Call me back right now." I deleted the message. A week later, I got another call from Tom. His voice was different now, stronger. "They arrested her this morning, at her work. Fraud charges, theft, identity theft. The prosecutor says they have enough evidence to put her away for 5 years. "How do you feel?" I asked. "Like I can finally breathe again." The next few weeks were like watching dominoes fall. Rachel's fake life collapsed piece by piece. Her job fired her when the arrest made the local news. Her BMW got repossessed when she couldn't make payments from jail. Her fancy apartment. Turned out she was 3 months behind on rent and getting evicted anyway. But the best part was finding out how the arrest went down. I heard this from Jake's wife, who heard it from someone who worked in the same building as Rachel's office. Rachel was at her desk when two detectives walked in. They were professional about it, but they arrested her right there in front of everyone. The whole office watched her get handcuffed and walked out. According to the witness, Rachel kept saying, "This is a mistake, and I can explain everything all the way to the elevator." But her voice was getting higher and more panicked with every word. The criminal case moved fast. Tom's lawyer had done his homework, and with Linda's investigation backing everything up, Rachel's public defender basically told her to take a plea deal. She got 3 years, but she'll probably serve 18 months with good behavior. More importantly, she has to pay full restitution to Tom, which means she'll be broke for the next decade even after she gets out. I found out later that her parents had been sending her money the whole time we were dating. They'd been working extra jobs and taking on debt to support their daughter's lie. When the truth came out, they stopped. Her mom actually called Tom to apologize, which must have been incredibly difficult. The social circle she'd built with my friends, gone. Once word got out about what she'd really done, nobody wanted anything to do with her. Not because she'd lied about her background, but because she was a predator who destroyed people's lives. About 2 months after her arrest, I was at the grocery store when I ran into her friend Amy. She looked uncomfortable when she saw me. "Mike, I just want you to know, I had no idea," she said. None of us did. She seemed so normal, so together. "That's what she was good at," I said. "Are you okay? I know you two were getting serious." I thought about that for a second. "Yeah, I'm good, better than good actually." And I was. I'd learned something valuable about myself. When pushed, I don't get emotional or dramatic. I get methodical. I gather data, make a plan, and execute it. It served me well in my career, and apparently it works in relationships too. 6 months later, Tom reached out to thank me again. He'd used some of the restitution money to start a new landscaping business. Smaller than before, but it was his. He sounded happy for the first time in our conversations. "You saved my life, man," he said. I was starting to believe her version of events, like maybe I really was the problem. "That's what predators do," I told him. "They make you doubt your own reality." A year later, I was dating someone new. Sarah was a teacher, and everything about her was real. Her stories were consistent. Her background checked out because I didn't need to check. She introduced me to her family within 2 months. She was proud of where she came from, even though it wasn't fancy. The whole experience changed how I think about relationships. I used to believe that love meant accepting someone completely, flaws and all. Now I know that love requires honesty as a foundation. Without that, you're not building a relationship. You're being conned. I never contacted Rachel directly. Never sent a letter to prison. Never tried to get closure or make her understand what she'd done. People like her don't change, and they don't feel genuine remorse. They just get better at not getting caught. Instead, I focused on making sure she faced consequences and couldn't hurt anyone else the same way. Tom got his justice, her parents learned the truth, and her next potential victim, whoever that might have been, was spared. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I just accepted her embellishments like she expected. I'd probably be bankrupt right now. She'd have eventually moved on to a new victim, leaving me with the debt and the devastation just like she did to Tom. Instead, she's in prison, Tom is rebuilding his life, and I'm with someone who thinks honesty is sexy, not annoying. The funny thing is, Rachel probably still doesn't understand what went wrong. In her mind, she's the victim. Everyone else is just mean or unfair or doesn't understand her situation. She'll never take responsibility for the trail of destruction she left behind. But that's not my problem anymore. I dealt with it, exactly like I said I would. Story 14. This is boring, Jake. We never do anything exciting anymore. Those were the exact words my now ex-girlfriend Ashley said to me during what I thought was a nice dinner at Romano's, this Italian place we'd been talking about trying for months. I'm Jake, 29, work in marketing, and Ashley's 27, works at some boutique downtown. We've been together 8 months. The whole thing started going sideways about 2 hours into our Friday night dinner date. Ashley had been weird all week, super distracted, always on her phone with this little smirk on her face. When I'd ask what was so funny, she'd just say, "Oh, nothing, just work drama," and flip her phone face down real quick. So we're at Romano's. I'm telling her about this campaign I'm working on for a local brewery, thinking she'd be interested since she's always posting about craft beer on her Instagram. But she's just sitting there, scrolling through her phone under the table like I'm not even talking. "Ashley, you okay? You seem really distracted tonight." She didn't even look up. "Yeah, I'm fine, just getting some messages." I tried to keep the conversation going. Asked her about her day, about this art show she'd been excited to check out, anything to get her engaged. Nothing. Just one-word answers and more phone checking. Then her phone started buzzing like crazy. Text after text after text. She's giggling at whatever she's reading, completely ignoring me. I'm sitting there feeling like an idiot, wondering why we even came out if she was gonna act like this. "Who's texting you so much? Must be pretty entertaining." That's when she looked up and hit me with it. "God, Jake, you're so needy. Can't I just enjoy my dinner without you interrogating me?" I was pretty taken aback. "I'm not interrogating you. I'm trying to have a conversation with my girlfriend." "Well, maybe that's the problem," she said, not even trying to keep her voice down. "This is boring, Jake. We never do anything exciting anymore. All we do is go to dinner and talk about your work and your boring friends. When's the last time we actually had fun?" I felt like I'd been slapped. We'd literally gone to a concert the weekend before. Took a day trip to the coast 2 weeks ago, but apparently none of that counted as fun to Ashley. "I thought we had fun last weekend at the music festival, and that wine tasting we did. Those were okay, I guess." "But don't you want more than just okay?" Her phone buzzed again. She grabbed it immediately, and I swear her whole face lit up reading whatever message just came in. "Who is that, Ashley?" She got defensive real quick. "Does it matter? God, you're so possessive." "I'm not being possessive. You've been on your phone our entire date, laughing at messages, and now you're telling me I'm boring. I think I have a right to know what's so much more interesting than spending time with me." That's when she really let me have it. "You want to know what's interesting, Jake? Having a conversation with someone who actually gets excited about things. Someone who wants to do more than just eat pasta and talk about beer advertisements. Someone who makes me feel alive again instead of like I'm slowly dying of boredom." The whole restaurant could probably hear her at this point. I was mortified. "If you're so miserable with me, why are you even here?" She stood up, grabbing her purse. "You know what? Good question. I don't have to sit here and pretend to be excited about your mediocre life plans." And then she just walked out. Left me sitting there with 2 full plates of food and a check for $68. The waitress came over looking all sympathetic and asked if everything was okay. I just nodded, paid the bill, and drove home feeling like complete garbage. I kept thinking about what she said. Was I really that boring? Was our relationship really that dead? I mean, sure, we'd settled into routines, but I thought that was normal after 8 months. I thought she was happy. When I got home, I did what every idiot does after a fight with their girlfriend. I opened Instagram to see if she'd posted anything. And there it was. A photo of Ashley at Murphy's Pub, the bar 3 blocks from her apartment. She's got her arms around some guy I'd never seen before, both of them laughing with these huge grins. They're holding craft beer bottles, and there's a whole group of people in the background. Posted 23 minutes ago, right around the time she would have gotten there after storming out of our dinner. The caption read, "Finally having real fun again. Some people just know how to live life to the fullest," but it was the comments that really did me in. "You two look amazing together," from her best friend Melissa. "About time you started smiling again. Miss seeing you happy," from her sister. And then Ashley's response, "Right." I forgot what it felt like to actually enjoy myself. I stared at that post for probably 10 minutes. All those comments about her not smiling lately, about her finally being happy again. Like our 8 months together had been some kind of prison sentence she'd finally escaped from. I screenshotted the post. though I wasn't sure why at the time. Just felt like I needed proof of what I was seeing. Then I saw the guy had tagged himself in the location. His profile was public. His name was Ryan, and scrolling through his photos, I could see he and Ashley went way back. College photos, spring break trips, couples photos from what looked like a few years ago. This wasn't just some random guy she'd met at the bar after our fight. This was her ex-boyfriend. The same ex-boyfriend she told me was toxic and manipulative and someone she never wanted to see again. The ex she'd claimed had wasted 3 years of her life and left her with serious trust issues. But there they were, looking like the happiest couple in Austin, while I was sitting at home wondering what I'd done wrong. Something just clicked in my brain. This cold, clear feeling washed over me. Like everything suddenly made perfect sense. The weird behavior all week, the constant phone checking, the sudden dissatisfaction with everything we did together, the way she'd been picking fights over stupid stuff for the past month. She hadn't just randomly run into Ryan at the bar after our fight. This had been planned, probably for days, maybe weeks. The whole "you're boring" speech wasn't her being spontaneous. It was her exit strategy. I opened my phone and went through my contacts. Ashley Mitchell, blocked. Went to Instagram, Ashley's profile, blocked. Facebook, blocked. Snapchat, blocked. WhatsApp, blocked. Her phone number, deleted entirely. Then I did something I'd never done before. I went to my wireless carrier's website and changed my phone number. New number, new SIM card, had it overnighted for Saturday delivery. Saturday morning, I drove to Home Depot and bought new locks for my apartment. Spent the afternoon installing them myself, watching YouTube tutorials and feeling oddly satisfied every time I heard a deadbolt click into place. I texted my sister Emma, changed my number, don't give it to Ashley or any of her friends. Long story, but we're done for good. Emma called me immediately. What happened? Ashley seemed great. I gave her the short version. The dinner, the Instagram post, the ex-boyfriend reveal. Oh my God, Jake, what a bitch. I never really liked her anyway. You could have mentioned that 8 months ago. You were happy, or I thought you were, but honestly, good for you for cutting her off. Don't let her manipulate her way back in. The next few days were weird. Part of me kept expecting to feel awful, to miss her, to regret such a drastic response. But mostly I just felt relieved. Like I'd been holding my breath for months and could finally exhale. My apartment felt like mine again. I could watch whatever I wanted on TV without Ashley complaining about my terrible taste in everything. I could make plans with my friends without her rolling her eyes about how predictable we all were. I started remembering things, how she'd shut down every restaurant suggestion I made, how she'd mock my hobbies, how she'd make little comments about my clothes, my car, my job, always disguised as just trying to help you be better. Maybe I hadn't been the boring one. Maybe I'd just been with someone who was determined to be miserable and wanted company. 2 weeks later, Emma called. Jake, Ashley's asking for your new number. Says it's urgent. That night, coming home from work, I saw someone on my building steps. Ashley. She looked terrible, unwashed hair, sweatpants, red eyes. Jake, I've been waiting for hours. I stopped 10 feet away. You need to leave. We need to talk. I know you're mad, but let me explain. Explain what? You made everything clear. The whole thing with Ryan wasn't what it looked like. What did it look like when you left me at dinner, went to your ex and posted about having real fun again? Her face went white. You saw the post. Hard to miss. Finally having real fun again. Clear message. That wasn't about you. I was just excited to see old friends. Old friends, that was Ryan, your toxic ex you never wanted to see again. She started crying. He reached out weeks ago to apologize. We just met as friends. Weeks ago, so you've been planning this, talking to your ex for weeks and didn't mention it. It wasn't like that. Then what was it like? Because it looks like you wanted your ex back, picked a fight with me to justify it, then celebrated your freedom on social media. I was trying to make you jealous. There it was. Make me jealous by publicly celebrating being away from me. That's just cruel. Jake, wait, I made a mistake. We were good together. When, according to your post, you haven't been having fun with me, you said I was boring. When were we good? I didn't mean it. Things felt stale, and Ryan made me remember what excitement felt like. So go be excited about Ryan. I don't want Ryan, he's the same asshole, I realized that immediately. So I'm your backup plan. No, you're my first choice. After your actual first choice didn't work out. By blocking me everywhere and changing your number, that's psycho. What should I have done? Beg you to choose me over the guy you were already choosing. Yes, you should have fought for us. Why fight for someone who didn't want to be with me? I could see her losing the argument. Jake, I'm pregnant. I stared at her, then started laughing. Ashley, we haven't had sex in 3 weeks. You broke up with me 16 days ago. Her face went through 5 different expressions. Okay, fine, I'm not pregnant, but I could be. And now we're not together because you chose Ryan. Fine, you want the truth. Ryan and I did hook up that night and it was good. Better than anything we had, but he doesn't want a relationship. So yeah, I'm here because my first choice didn't work out. Thank you for being honest. Now I can stop wondering if I made the right decision. Ashley, you just told me you had better sex with your ex than with me. You told me I'm your backup plan. You lied about being pregnant. What do you think is going to happen? I think you're going to forgive me because you love me. I loved who I thought you were. If you don't leave right now, I'm calling the police. You're trespassing. I walked into my building. Through the glass, I watched her stand there before finally walking away. That was 6 weeks ago. The next week, Ashley tried getting friends involved. Melissa texted, Ashley's really struggling. She knows she messed up. I responded, if she loved me, she wouldn't have cheated and lied. Please don't contact me about her again. Then her sister tried the family guilt trip. When that didn't work, Ashley called my sister Emma with a new lie. Emma, I'm worried about Jake. I think he might be having a breakdown. I just want to make sure he's okay. Emma called me immediately. Did you have a breakdown? No, I'm fine. Ashley's manipulating you because I blocked her everywhere. I sent Emma the Instagram screenshot and told her about the fake pregnancy. Holy shit, Jake, what a psycho. I'm blocking her number. A few days later, Ashley showed up at my office. Reception called. There's a Ashley Mitchell here to see you. Tell her I'm not available and ask her to leave. She's refusing to leave. I went downstairs. Ashley was in our lobby, dressed up, hair done. Hi, Jake. You need to leave. This is my workplace. I just want 5 minutes. You've had 6 weeks. You chose to lie instead. My coworkers were watching through the glass walls. You're embarrassing me at my job. Then let's go somewhere private. No. If you don't leave, I'm calling security. Security was already walking over. You have 30 seconds. As she was leaving, she turned back. You know what, Jake? You really are boring. Ryan was right about you. There was the real Ashley. I'm sure he was. You two deserve each other. Over the next month, she created fake social media accounts to message me, posted vague statuses about toxic people and narcissists. Tried to friend my coworkers. I documented everything, screenshots, dates, times. Built a file in case I needed a restraining order. After I threatened police involvement, the harassment stopped. Melissa, Ashley's best friend, actually apologized later. I'm sorry I got involved. Ashley told me you randomly blocked her after a small fight. I didn't know about Ryan or the pregnancy lie. That's really messed up. That was 3 months ago. These days, I barely think about Ashley. I'm dating someone new, Amy, who thinks my marketing stories are interesting and doesn't roll her eyes at restaurant suggestions. Amy knows the whole Ashley story. Her response, good for you for having boundaries. That's actually really attractive. Turns out self-respect is sexier than desperation. I heard Ashley and Ryan tried to make it work for a few weeks, but it fell apart quickly. Last I heard, she was single and complaining about how she can't find a good guy. I'd feel bad if she'd learned anything, but she's still telling people I was controlling and couldn't handle her having male friends. Some people never learn, but that's not my problem anymore. The whole experience taught me something important. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Don't wait for proof twice. Ashley showed me she would lie, cheat, manipulate, and publicly humiliate me to get what she wanted. I believed her and acted accordingly. Best decision I ever made. When friends ask for relationship advice, I tell them, your partner should make you feel like the best version of yourself, not like you're constantly falling short. If someone makes you feel boring, maybe you're not the problem. Maybe you're with someone determined to be unhappy who wants you unhappy too. Life's too short for that drama. Trust me on this one. Story 15. My fiance said give me a $250,000 wedding or we're done. I said we're done and donated her dream ring to charity. I'm Jesse, 31, a software engineer in Denver making $120K a year. I thought Emma, my fiancée of 8 months, was on the same page about building a responsible future together. We'd been dating 3 years after meeting at an animal shelter volunteer event. She seemed grounded, practical, and shared my values about giving back. When I proposed last October during a hiking trip, she cried and said she couldn't wait to start our simple, beautiful life together. That should have been my first red flag. Emma's mom, Linda, is a high-end real estate agent who drives a leased BMW and measures success by appearances. Her dad, Robert, owns car dealerships and lives in a 4,000-square-foot house they've refinanced twice. Emma always seemed different, drove a Honda Civic, shopped at Target, rolled her eyes at her mom's status obsession. I thought she'd rejected their lifestyle. I was wrong. The trouble started 6 weeks after our engagement when we began planning the wedding. I'd saved $45,000. Her parents promised $15,000, giving us a solid $60,000 budget. Emma started having weekly planning sessions with her mom that I wasn't invited to. When I asked, she'd say they were handling the girls' stuff. The bomb dropped on a Tuesday night in January. We were sitting at my kitchen table, ready to finalize our budget. I had a spreadsheet showing our $60,000 broken down by category: venue, catering, photography, flowers. Everything reasonable and realistic. Emma was unusually quiet during dinner, checking her phone nervously. Finally, she disappeared into my bedroom and came back with a thick white binder I'd never seen. "What's that?" I asked. "This," she said, setting it down with a thud, "is our wedding." I opened it expecting magazine clippings. What I found was a complete wedding blueprint for celebrities. Historic Castle Marne venue at $20,000 just for space rental. Catering at $300 per person. Custom floral arrangements like the Met Gala. A photographer who shot NFL players' weddings. A string quartet from the Denver Art Museum. "Emma, this is incredible, but these prices are way over our budget, like 5 times over." Her expression changed, nervous energy replaced by something cold and determined. That was before I understood what kind of wedding I wanted. "I've been dreaming about this my entire life, Jesse. I'm not compromising because you're being cheap." "Cheap? Emma, this isn't about being cheap. We don't have $250,000. I don't want to start our marriage buried in debt. My parents didn't start with money. My dad worked his ass off. Sometimes you have to invest in your future. A wedding isn't an investment, Em. It's one day. I'd rather spend that money on a house down payment or save it for kids." "God, you sound like my brother Mark. So pathetic, living in that tiny apartment. I won't live like that." We argued for 2 hours. She had answers for everything: get a loan against my 401k, ask my parents for help, get a second mortgage. Every suggestion involved me sacrificing something or going into debt while she sacrificed nothing. Finally, I asked, "What happened to the woman who wanted a simple, beautiful life together?" Emma's mask slipped completely. "I thought I did, but then I realized I don't want simple. I want what I deserve." Sarah Morrison had 300 people at the Four Seasons. Jenny Walsh had a live band and 7-course meal. I'm not having the cheap wedding because my fiancé couldn't step up. That's when I understood. This wasn't about love or celebration. This was about status, competing with her social circle, proving something to people whose opinions shouldn't matter. "Emma, I love you, I want to marry you, but I won't go into massive debt to impress people we barely see." She stood up. "Then let me make this simple. It's a $250,000 wedding or there's no wedding at all. Find the money or find a new girlfriend." I looked at this woman giving me an ultimatum over a party. "Okay. Then there's no wedding at all." Emma laughed coldly. "You're bluffing." "I'm not." She grabbed her binder and headed for the door. "When you come to your senses, you know my number." That was our last civil conversation. The next morning, I made a list of everything to cancel. We'd only put deposits on the venue, $8,000, and photographer, $2,000. The venue had a 60-day full refund policy. We were at day 47. The photographer was understanding and refunded half as courtesy. By lunch, I'd gotten back $9,000 and transferred Emma's half to her account with a text. Your share of refunds. Hope you find what you're looking for. 4 days later, my phone buzzed with Emma's demands. I want my ring back by Sunday. Fair enough conditional gift. I want compensation for planning our wedding. $8,000. She wanted payment for making a vision board. Plus damages for embarrassment. $5,000. And the one that made my blood run cold. I want your grandfather's watch. Since we were going to be family, it should be considered a family heirloom. My grandfather's 1967 Rolex Submariner that he'd worn 40 years. He'd given it to me before he died with a letter hoping I'd wear it on my wedding day. It wasn't worth a fortune, maybe $15,000, but it was the most meaningful thing I owned. Emma knew this. She knew I'd planned to wear it at our wedding. Now she wanted it as compensation for me refusing to go into debt. That's when I realized this wasn't a woman lashing out in pain. This was someone showing me exactly who she was. I took a day to cool off, then wrote a careful email. Emma, I'll arrange ring pickup by courier Monday. Regarding other demands, I won't provide monetary compensation for wedding planning as there was no legal obligation. I won't pay embarrassment damages as I've done nothing to embarrass you. My grandfather's watch is my personal property and has never been yours. It remains with me. Please direct further communication through email. I wish you well. Jessie, her response was nuclear. How dare you send corporate bullshit like I'm a stranger? That watch was going to be in our family. You're stealing from our future children, you selfish asshole. My lawyer says I have a case for breach of promise. Pay me or this gets ugly. Then her mom Linda called, leaving a voicemail. Jessie, honey, Emma's devastated about this misunderstanding. Girls get emotional about weddings. Come over this weekend and we'll figure this out. Maybe scale back the wedding and get a small loan. 2 days later, Linda called again, voice sharper. This is ridiculous. We've told everyone to save the date. Robert's business associates, my clients, Emma's sorority network. Do you know how embarrassing this is? You need to man up and give Emma the wedding she deserves. I blocked her number. The social media campaign began. Emma posted, sometimes you think you know someone, then they show you how little you mean to them, disappointed Movingen. Linda's Facebook post was more direct. Heartbroken watching my daughter go through this. So sad when people make promises they don't intend to keep. A real man honors commitments and provides for his family. They were painting me as the bad guy who abandoned a sweet woman over wanting a nice wedding. But I know social media, the key isn't getting louder, it's getting smarter. I didn't respond. Instead, I posted photos of my life skiing with buddies, cooking dinner, walking my dog, showing I was happy, healthy, moving forward. The turning point came from Emma's brother Mark, a 5th grade teacher. He texted, "Hey man, heard about you and Em. You doing okay? We met for beer." Mark got straight to it. What really happened? Emma's saying you got cold feet. I laid out everything, the vision board, $250,000 budget, ultimatum. Mark's expression darkened. $250,000. I make $47,000 a year. That's 5 years of my salary. He told me about his parents' financial struggles, Linda's real estate business declining, Robert's dealership struggling with competition, refinancing their house twice to maintain appearances. Emma's wedding was their big statement that they're still successful. It wasn't about you two, it was about proving they belong in their social circle. A week later, I got a legal threat from Morrison, Kim and Associates, Emma's sorority sister who just graduated law school. They claimed I'd breached a verbal contract for a $250,000 wedding and demanded $50,000 damages plus my grandfather's watch. I consulted a real attorney, Tom Chen. He laughed, amateur hour. No evidence of oral contract, no provable damages, no legal basis for demanding your property. Tom's response letter was professional and firm, noting that continued false claims could open Emma to defamation suits. The legal threats stopped, but the social media campaign continued, posts about healing from financial abuse and narcissistic manipulation. Some people believed it, but cracks were forming. People asked pointed questions. What exactly did he do? Weren't you the one who called off the wedding? 3 weeks later, Mark texted. Family dinner was interesting. Dad asked Uncle Bill for a $40,000 loan for business expansion. Bill said no because he'd heard Robert was having money troubles. Dad got angry, and it all came out the wedding money, deposits they'd put down behind your back, borrowing money to maintain their lifestyle. Bill was pissed they've been trashing you while begging family for money. This was my ammunition, but I didn't want a mudslinging match. I needed something surgical that would end this and make it impossible to continue their victim narrative. I had an idea, nuclear but perfect. I went to the jewelry store where I'd bought Emma's ring. Instead of their buyback program, I asked about auctioneers. They connected me with Sarah, who appraised the ring at $11,000 and my grandfather's watch at $18,000. I spent the weekend crafting my response. One post to end everything. Monday evening, I posted a single photo on Instagram. Emma's ring and my grandfather's Rolex side by side on black velvet, professionally lit. The caption: "Some things are worth more than money. My grandfather wore this Rolex Submariner 40 years. He gave it to me hoping I'd wear it on my wedding day, seeing it as a symbol of partnership built on love, respect, and shared values. While my engagement has ended, I want to honor what this watch represents." Both pieces will be auctioned Saturday at Denver Estate Auctions, with 100% of proceeds going to Foothills Animal Shelter, where Emma and I first met volunteering. Estimated total, $29,000. True partnership isn't about what you can demand, but what you choose to give. Looking forward to building something real with someone who shares my values. Moving forward, giving back true value. I tagged the shelter, auction house, and 20 mutual friends, then put my phone on airplane mode and went to the gym. 2 hours later, 47 missed calls, 183 text messages. The post had exploded, shared dozens of times, hundreds of comments praising my charitable gesture, messages from acquaintances. "Never believed Emma's story, you're one of the good ones. This shows exactly who you really are." The animal shelter coordinator messaged, "This donation will help us renovate our entire adoption center. You're a hero." According to Mark's updates, the family meltdown was epic. Emma called him sobbing, demanding he make me stop the auction. Linda posted frantically claiming I was vindictive and cruel. But comments were savage, people pointing out it was my ring, and giving $29,000 to animals wasn't cruel. The real devastation came when Mark's Uncle Bill shared my post. "This is the young man my brother's family has been slandering for weeks, calling him abusive and selfish. Meanwhile, they've been borrowing money from relatives while destroying his reputation. Character speaks louder than words." Within 24 hours, Emma's Instagram was deactivated. Linda stopped posting. Their supporters went silent. Saturday morning, I watched the auction. Emma's ring sold for $11,500 to a young guy proposing to his girlfriend. My grandfather's watch went for $21,200 to a collector who promised to care for it. $32,700 total. I handed the auctioneer a check made out to Foothills Animal Shelter. Local news covered it as a feel-good story about turning relationship drama into charitable giving. Monday, I got one email from an unknown address. "You destroyed my life over a wedding. Hope you're happy. You're vindictive and cruel, and I will never forgive you. You turned everyone against me just because I wanted something beautiful. I wish I'd never met you." Signed, E. No remorse, no self-awareness, just rage that her plan backfired. 2 weeks later, Mark texted, "Emma moved back with Mom and Dad. Linda's business is struggling because word got around. Robert had to sell a dealership. They're keeping low profile now." A month later, the animal shelter sent a thank you card with photos of the new Second Chances Adoption Center under construction. 6 weeks after that, volunteering at an adoption event, I met Jessica, a veterinarian donating her time. When I told her my story, she said, "Anyone who'd give up a family heirloom to help animals is someone I'd like to know better." We've been dating 4 months. She's everything Emma pretended to be: genuinely kind, financially responsible, excited about building a simple, beautiful life together. Last week I drove past Emma's family house. For sale sign in the yard. I don't feel sorry for them. They chose status over substance, manipulation over honesty. They tried to take everything, my money, reputation, most precious possession, because they couldn't accept their fantasy lifestyle was unsustainable. Here's the thing about building your life on debt and delusion. Reality eventually catches up. I didn't destroy their lives. I stepped aside and let them destroy themselves. Emma wanted a $250,000 wedding to prove she was worth something. In the end, she proved exactly what she was worth. Sometimes the best revenge is being the kind of person who donates $32,700 to charity instead of spending it on someone who never deserved it. I lost a fiancé but gained absolute certainty I made the right choice. The animal shelter sends updates. 247 dogs and cats have found homes through the Second Chances Adoption Center because I refused to go into debt for Emma's fantasy wedding. That's what I call a happy ending. Story 16. I'm Marcus, 30, graphic designer in Austin. I run a small but successful creative agency. Nothing fancy, but it pays the bills and I love what I do. Until 2 weeks ago, I was engaged to Stephanie Morrison, 27, real estate agent with serious family money behind her. 3 years together, ring on her finger for 8 months, wedding planned for next June. Her parents, William and Catherine Morrison, own half the commercial real estate in North Austin. Third-generation Texas money, Highland Park mansion, country club memberships that cost more than my car. William drives a Bentley and talks about generational wealth. Catherine collects art and name drops constantly. From day one, I felt like they were waiting for Stephanie to come to her senses and dump the guy who just designs websites for a living. Every family dinner was a subtle interrogation about my 5-year plan and whether I'd ever considered more traditional career paths. William loved asking about my retirement planning in front of everyone. Catherine would mention how successful her friends' sons-in-law were in finance or law. Stephanie always defended me, but I could see the doubt creeping in. The way she'd pause when her dad made his comments. How she started bringing up my biggest clients more often, like she was trying to prove I was worthy. It wore on both of us. The wedding planning made everything worse. Everything had to be just so for their social circle. The venue had to make a statement. The guest list kept growing to include William's business associates and Catherine's charity board friends. What started as our celebration became their social showcase, with me feeling more like an accessory than the groom. It all went sideways on a Tuesday evening. Stephanie showed up at my apartment with that serious face. You know the one. We need to talk. She sat on my couch, wouldn't meet my eyes. Marcus, I've been thinking about what my parents said last weekend. Here we go, I thought. They're concerned we're rushing into this whole marriage thing, she said, playing with her ring. They think maybe you're not really their type of person for our family's future. Not their type. After 3 years of Sunday dinners where I smiled through William's passive-aggressive comments about creative types and Catherine's suggestions that maybe I should consider more stable career options. What exactly are you saying, Stephanie? I think we need some space, she said quickly. Time for both of us to really think about whether we're compatible long-term. My parents have valid concerns about financial stability and social fit, space. 2 months before we were supposed to send final headcount to the caterer. How much space are we talking about? I asked, keeping my voice level. Just some time apart, a few weeks, maybe a month, to get perspective. I looked at her sitting there, all practiced and rehearsed. I understand, she blinked. You do? Yeah, if you need space, you need space. I'm not going to argue with you about it. She actually looked disappointed, like she'd been gearing up for a fight. So we're on the same page. Sure thing, take all the space you need. After she left, I sat in my empty apartment feeling numb. Then the numbness turned into something colder, something calculating. Her whole speech felt rehearsed. The timing was suspicious as hell. And that comment about me not being their type, that wasn't Stephanie talking. That was William and Catherine. I had this nagging feeling I should check on our wedding venue. Wednesday morning, I called Magnolia Springs Event Center. Hi, this is Marcus Rodriguez. I wanted to ask about menu options for the Morrison Rodriguez wedding in June. There was a pause. Oh, Mr. Rodriguez. Actually, I'm confused. Stephanie called yesterday morning and canceled your booking. Yesterday morning, before our space conversation. Canceled completely. I kept my voice casual. Yes, she said there were unforeseen family circumstances. The $8,000 deposit is non-refundable, of course, but everything else was canceled. That deposit came from our joint wedding account. The account where we'd each put in $22,500 for wedding expenses. Total of $45,000. So the space conversation was theater. She'd already killed the wedding. I logged into our joint account online. $37,000 remaining after the lost venue deposit. My $22,500 contribution was still sitting there, mixed with her $22,500, minus the $8,000 we'd both lost. I sat there staring at the screen for about 10 minutes, thinking through every angle. Was I being petty? Was I overreacting? Then I remembered her sitting on my couch, rehearsing her lines about needing space while she'd already burned down our future behind my back. No. If there was no wedding, I didn't see why my money should subsidize whatever game she was playing. I took screenshots of everything first. The original deposits, the current balance, the venue cancellation confirmation email I'd requested and received. Documentation is everything. Then I calculated exactly half of the remaining balance, $18,500. Not a penny more, not a penny less. I transferred it to my personal checking account. The transaction went through instantly. Just like that, Stephanie's little financial safety net got a lot smaller. I grabbed my phone and composed a text message, rewriting it 3 times to get the tone exactly right. Professional, factual, final. Hey, Stephanie. Just called Magnolia Springs about the menu and found out you canceled our wedding yesterday morning, before our talk. So I'm taking that space permanently. Transferred my half of the remaining wedding funds since there's no wedding happening. Hope you find what you're looking for. Send. Then I systematically blocked her number, her parents' numbers, her sister Rachel's number, and removed them all from my social media. I even blocked her work email address. I poured myself a bourbon and sat on my balcony, looking out at downtown Austin. For the first time in months, I felt completely calm. No more walking on eggshells around William's disapproval. No more pretending Catherine's backhanded compliments were charming. No more funding someone else's fantasy while being told I wasn't good enough to participate in it. The money transfer notification dinged on my phone. $18,500 deposited successfully. Sometimes the best revenge isn't dramatic. Sometimes it's just stepping aside and letting someone face the natural consequences of their own choices. 1 week later, the silence ended. Blocking numbers only works until people get creative. Thursday morning, unknown number calling at 7 a.m. Marcus, what the hell do you think you're doing? Stephanie's voice, but angrier than I'd ever heard her. You took money from our account. You can't just do that. Our account. For our canceled wedding, I didn't call back. The email started next. From Stephanie's personal account. Urgent financial error. The gist was that I'd stolen from her. I was being petty and vindictive. The space wasn't meant to be a breakup, and her parents were appalled by my behavior. My $18,500 had somehow become her money in her version of events. Then Catherine Morrison found my work email. Beautiful piece of passive-aggressive writing. Marcus, Stephanie is absolutely devastated by your reaction. While William and I may have expressed some minor concerns about the timing, your response has been completely disproportionate and frankly cruel. You have taken funds that were earmarked for wedding deposits, leaving Stephanie in a terrible financial position. As a gentleman, you should correct this oversight immediately. Oversight. Like I'd accidentally tripped and my money fell out. The math was simple. We'd each put in $22,500. The venue took $8,000 total, $4,000 from each of us. That left $37,000. I took half of that $18,500. She kept the other half, $18,500. Everyone got exactly what they put in, minus the venue deposit we'd both lost. I sent one reply copying Stephanie. Catherine, Stephanie canceled our wedding venue on Monday before telling me she wanted space on Tuesday. Since there's no wedding, I reclaimed my portion of the funds. Stephanie has her full contribution remaining. Any other vendor commitments are her responsibility. This matter is closed. That apparently made things worse. Weekend brought a flood of messages. Stephanie claiming she'd already paid deposits to other vendors from her personal account, expecting to be reimbursed from our joint funds. Her brother Jake messaging me on LinkedIn. Dude, what's your problem? Stephanie's crying constantly. Mom and Dad are furious. Just give her the money back and be the bigger person. Be the bigger person. Easy for him to say when his family didn't think he was trash. I'd moved past anger into something colder, pure clarity. She'd lied to me, set up an elaborate breakup theater, expected me to fund her deception. No, 2 weeks after the text, things escalated. Stephanie had gotten creative with social media. Vague posts about trust being shattered and picking up the pieces when someone shows their true colors. Her friends commenting with fire emojis and "you deserve better, hun." Then came the property demands. Email from Stephanie with a list of items she wanted back from my apartment. Some gifts she'd given me fair enough, but then she listed my coffee maker, my living room art, even my gaming console. Her logic: we enjoyed these together, so they have sentimental value to both of us. That's not how ownership works, Stephanie. She also wanted wedding shower gifts that had been sent to my address from my family members. Apparently she thought they were hers now, but the real kicker was her financial fog machine. She produced a list of wedding expenses she claimed to have paid from her personal accounts, with the understanding she'd be reimbursed from our joint fund. Dress alterations, $800 photography deposit, $1,200 flowers deposit, $600 cake deposit, $400 total, $3,000 she wanted me to pay her. I looked at the dates on her receipts. Half of them were after she'd canceled the main venue. She'd canceled our wedding, then kept spending money on a phantom celebration. Her parents backed her up. William actually called my mom. "Patricia," he said in his condescending tone, "I think there's been a misunderstanding. Stephanie made several deposits expecting to be reimbursed, and Marcus has left her in a very difficult position." My mom listened politely, then said, "William, it sounds like Stephanie made some financial decisions without consulting Marcus and is now upset about the consequences. Marcus is a grown man, and from what he's told me, his actions seem perfectly reasonable." That call ended quickly. "Thanks, Mom." Jake left me voicemails getting increasingly aggressive. "You're really showing your character here, Marcus. This isn't how a man handles things. You're leaving Stephanie high and dry over a misunderstanding." The second voicemail was worse. "Dude, I don't know what kind of game you're playing, but my sister is falling apart. She trusted you. We all did. The least you could do is help her out of this mess instead of being a vindictive asshole." By the third one, he was practically yelling. "Mom and Dad are talking about hiring a lawyer. You really want to go down that road? Just give Stephanie the money back and we can all move on. Stop being such a child about this. A secret wedding cancellation is a misunderstanding, and I'm the child." My response to all of this: pure documentation mode. I created a folder on my computer labeled Stephanie Situation and started saving everything. Every email, every voicemail transcribed word for word, every text message from before the breakup. Screenshots of the banking app showing my original deposit and withdrawal. The venue cancellation confirmation. Even screenshots of her social media posts and the comments from her friends. I printed out bank statements proving every wedding expense I'd paid personally. Called vendors I'd dealt with directly to confirm that none of my contracts made me liable for cancellation fees on vendors I'd never spoken to. I was building a paper trail that would make a forensic accountant proud. Then I did something that turned out to be the smartest move of the whole situation. I called a lawyer. Not to sue anyone, just to get a professional opinion on where I stood legally. Cost me $300 for an hour consultation. Best money I ever spent. I showed him everything. The timeline, our joint account agreement. Thank God we'd kept it simple. Proof of my contribution and Stephanie's venue cancellation confirmation. Son, he said, leaning back in his chair, you're not just in the clear, you handled this exactly right. The money was verifiably yours, intended for a specific purpose that she unilaterally canceled. Her subsequent spending decisions and cancellation fees are entirely her responsibility. He shook his head. What she's doing now, the harassment, the threats, trying to make you pay for her mistakes, that's what we call throwing good money after bad. Don't let them bully you into funding her poor decision-making. That meeting gave me something invaluable, confidence that I wasn't crazy, wasn't being unreasonable, and definitely wasn't legally liable for any of the mess Stephanie had created. Armed with that knowledge, I felt unshakable. Let them bring lawyers, let them escalate. I had truth, documentation, and now legal backing on my side. The expensive part for Stephanie was already happening. All those deposits she'd made after canceling the main venue but before our space talk. Those vendors wanted their cancellation fees. The photographer wanted $800. The florist wanted $400. The cake lady wanted $300. They were looking at Stephanie for payment, not me. I'd never signed anything with them. I wasn't being aggressive, wasn't bad-mouthing her around town. I just stepped aside and pulled my financial support. It's amazing how quickly we becomes you owe me when the free ride ends. The not their type comment still stung sometimes, usually late at night. But then I'd look at the growing file of her increasingly unhinged demands and think, yeah, I'm definitely not their type. I'm the type who doesn't get played. 1 month later, things reached their peak. William Morrison actually had a lawyer send me a letter, full of legal-sounding nonsense about misappropriation of joint funds and emotional distress. It demanded I return the $18,500 I'd withdrawn, plus an additional $12,000 to cover Stephanie's vendor cancellation fees and damages. So they wanted $30,500 total, for a wedding she'd canceled. My lawyer sent back a beautiful response. 2 pages of pure facts, timeline of events with timestamps, bank statements showing my deposit and withdrawal, copy of the venue cancellation confirmation. A polite explanation that any vendor contracts were Stephanie's responsibility, especially those made after she'd already canceled the primary event, and a firm statement that any further legal threats would be met with a harassment claim. We never heard from their lawyer again. William probably wasn't happy about paying legal fees for that weak case. The social media drama also died down. Turns out people get bored when your sob story doesn't result in actual entertainment. Then came the final confrontation. Stephanie somehow got my new number and called while I was having coffee with friends. "Marcus, you've destroyed everything," she said without preamble. "I'm drowning in debt. These vendors are hounding me. My parents are furious. This is all your fault." "My fault? How is it my fault, Stephanie? You canceled the wedding." I was confused. My parents were pressuring me, but you didn't have to be so vindictive, taking all that money. It was my money, for a wedding you decided wasn't happening. A real man would have helped me with those deposits, been a gentleman about it. There it was, the gentleman card again. A real man, I said calmly, wouldn't have been lied to and manipulated. And a gentleman, by your definition, sounds like a doormat with a bank account. I'm not that. She started crying. You don't understand how much this has cost me. I understand perfectly. It's cost you exactly what your choices cost. That's called consequences. I thought we could work things out after some time apart. You canceled our wedding venue before asking for space, Stephanie. That's not taking time apart, that's ending things while trying to keep me on the hook financially. She got quiet. Then, my parents were right about you. You're not good enough for this family. You know what? You're absolutely right. I'm not good enough to be lied to, manipulated, and expected to pay for the privilege. Thanks for the clarity. I hung up and blocked the new number. 2 weeks after that call, I ran into Jake at a grocery store. He walked up looking all puffed up and ready for confrontation. "Marcus, we need to talk about what you did to my sister." "Jake," I said, not even pausing in the produce section, "there's nothing to discuss. Stephanie made choices and now she's dealing with them. She was your fiancé. You have responsibilities. My only responsibility was to an honest partnership. She ended that when she started lying to me. His voice got louder. You left her high and dry over money. No, I left her to handle the consequences of her own decisions. The only thing I did was refuse to pay for her mistakes. I walked away. He looked like he wanted to make a scene, but we were in public and he had enough sense not to. From what I've heard through mutual friends, the aftermath for Stephanie has been brutal. Those vendor deposits she put on credit cards thinking she'd get reimbursed. She racked up about $8,000 in debt at 24% interest. The minimum payments alone were killing her budget. The small vendors she ghosted after canceling. They didn't just pursue fees, they destroyed her reputation in the Austin wedding industry. Word spreads fast in that community. One florist posted a detailed review on vendor Facebook groups about clients who cancel last minute and don't pay fees. Didn't name names, but everyone knew. The photography studio took her to small claims court over their $1,200 deposit and won. They garnished her real estate commission checks until it was paid off, plus court costs and interest. Her parents helped financially, but William made sure she knew exactly how much it was costing him. Every payment came with a lecture about fiscal responsibility and thinking before acting. Catherine was worse. She'd bring up the wedding disaster at every family gathering, usually in front of other people. At least we learned about her decision-making before she made even bigger mistakes, Catherine told her sister at Sunday brunch, loud enough for Stephanie to hear from the kitchen. Stephanie had to move back into their Highland Park mansion for 4 months to save money. Imagine being 27, having to explain to your high school friends why you're living with mommy and daddy again. William made her pay rent to teach responsibility, and Catherine gave her a curfew because my house, my rules. Her social circle started avoiding her. The drama was too much, and people got tired of hearing about her financial problems. Her real estate career took a hit because she was distracted and stressed. She missed out on 2 major listings because she was dealing with vendor payment disputes during crucial client meetings. The Highland Park Junior League, where Catherine had gotten her a provisional membership, quietly let her know that perhaps this wasn't the right time for her to join. Too much personal upheaval for someone representing the organization. Her grand vision of being the perfect society bride, bankrolled by my savings and her parents' social status, collapsed spectacularly. She went from planning a $75,000 wedding to hiding from creditors and living in her childhood bedroom. The best part, I handled the whole thing with a calm I didn't know I had. Never lost my temper, never stooped to her level, never engaged in public drama. I just stated facts, protected my money, and walked away. Her entitlement and her parents' snobbery created a perfect storm, and I simply refused to be its funding source. 6 months later, life has settled into something peaceful. The $18,500 I withdrew went back into my savings where it belonged. I kept the engagement ring in a safe deposit box. Haven't decided what to do with it yet. That "not their type" comment still echoes sometimes, usually when I'm tired or feeling sorry for myself. But mostly, it just reminds me that I dodged a bullet. There was no dramatic courtroom scene, no public humiliation beyond what Stephanie brought on herself. My revenge was simply holding her accountable for her own actions. It's not a fairy tale ending, but it's a real one, and I'm okay with that. Story 17. My fiancée Jessica cheated with her ex Sean 3 days before our wedding. I said congratulations and canceled everything. Her reaction was absolutely unhinged. Let me back up. Jessica and I had been together for 3 years. She was 28, I was 31. We met at a friend's barbecue, hit it off immediately. She worked marketing, I'm an accountant. Good with details that becomes important later. Our wedding was planned for Saturday, June 15th. Big church ceremony, reception at the Riverside Country Club, 150 guests. Total cost was $40,000 split down the middle. Everything seemed perfect. Turns out I didn't know Jessica at all. This whole mess started on a Tuesday night. I was working late. Jessica said she was having drinks with her college roommate Sarah. She texted around 8 p.m. saying they were at Murphy's pub downtown. Around 10:30 my phone rang. Unknown number. Is this Mike Thompson? Yeah, who's this? This is Danny. I bartend at Murphy's. I recognize you from photos your girl shows everyone. Are you engaged to Jessica Martinez? My stomach dropped. Yes, why? I'm really sorry, but she's been here with some guy for 2 hours. They've been all over each other. Just wanted you to know before Saturday. What guy? Hispanic dude drives a red Camaro. She called him Sean. They went to the parking lot 20 minutes ago. His hands were all over her. Sean, her ex from college. The one she said was completely in the past and such a loser now. I thanked Danny and hung up. Part of me wanted to believe it was a mistake, but Danny had no reason to lie. I called Jessica, straight to voicemail, tried again at 11 p.m. Voicemail. She finally came home at 1:15 a.m. I was waiting on the couch. Hey babe, she said, way too cheerful. Why are you still up? How was your night with Sarah? Good. We went to that new wine bar. You know how she gets with her Kevin drama. Jessica was heading toward the bedroom, not making eye contact. Funny thing, I called Sarah around midnight. She said she was home all night with a migraine, hasn't seen you in 2 weeks. Jessica froze mid-step. She must have been confused. Jessica, where were you tonight? Panic in her eyes. But instead of coming clean, she doubled down. I was with Sarah. She's probably embarrassed about drinking with a migraine. Try again. And this time explain why a bartender called to tell me you were making out with Sean in the parking lot. Color drained from her face. That's ridiculous. Why would some random bartender call you? His name is Danny. He recognized you from photos, said you've been bragging about the wedding there. I watched her cycle through shock, panic, anger, then something that surprised me, annoyance. Okay, fine, she snapped. I saw Sean tonight, so what? We had a drink and talked. People are allowed to be friends with their exes. Danny said you were all over each other. Danny's a drunk bartender. I hugged Sean goodbye. If that's a crime, arrest me. The fact that she was lying to my face 3 days before our wedding, that's when it hit me. Jessica, I need you to tell me the truth. What happened with Sean tonight? She stared at me for a long moment. Then she smiled. Chills me when I think about it. You want the truth? Fine. Sean texted me last week. Said he heard about the wedding and wanted closure. One last conversation as friends. And you didn't think to mention this. You're so insecure about him anyway, I knew you'd freak out over nothing. So you lied about being with Sarah. I didn't want to deal with your jealousy. But lies have weight. Jessica's story was getting heavier. What kind of closure were you giving him in the parking lot? Her face went red. We talked. We hugged. Maybe we got emotional, but that's it. You're acting like I slept with him or something. The way she said or something told me everything. Did you? Did I what? Sleep with him? Long pause, too long. That's a disgusting question. That's not a no, Jessica. You either trust me or you don't. I stood up calmly. Here's what I think happened. Sean reached out because he heard about our wedding. You decided to meet him without telling me. One thing led to another and you two hooked up for old time's sake. Now you're trying to make me feel crazy for questioning you. That's insane. Then look me in the eye and tell me you didn't have sex with Sean tonight. She couldn't do it. She literally could not look at me and say those words. I think you should sleep in the guest room tonight, she said instead. I think you should pack a bag and stay somewhere else until you're ready to tell the truth. Are you kicking me out? 3 days before our wedding. I'm giving you space to figure out what you want. Because right now you're lying to me about cheating and I'm not sharing a bed with someone who thinks I'm that stupid. She started crying. Big, dramatic tears. Mike, please, you're ruining everything over nothing. I love you. Can we please just forget this happened? Forget what happened exactly, since according to you, nothing happened. She had no answer for that. Jessica stayed at her friend Melissa's place that night. Wednesday evening, she came back like she owned the place. We need to talk. I'm listening. I was unfaithful with Sean last night. She said it like reading from a script. It was a mistake. I was nervous about the wedding, scared about commitment. I'm sorry. That's it? What do you mean, I'm apologizing? You're giving me the minimum truth you think you can get away with. What actually happened? We had sex once. It didn't mean anything. Where? In his car in the parking lot. How long have you been in contact with him? Pause. A few weeks. How long exactly? Since we sent out the wedding invitations. My blood went cold. You've been talking to your ex for a month while planning our wedding. It wasn't like that. He congratulated me. We just started texting as friends. And you never mentioned this, because I knew you'd react exactly like this. Like someone who doesn't want their fiancé secretly texting their ex. You're so controlling, Mike. I'm allowed to have friends. That word controlling, that's when I knew this relationship was over. Not because she cheated, because she was calling me controlling for expecting basic honesty. Jessica, the wedding is off, she laughed. No, it's not. You're upset, I get it, but we're not canceling our wedding over this. I'm canceling it right now. You can't do that. My parents are flying in tomorrow. The church is reserved. We have 150 people coming. Then you should have thought of that before you fucked your ex in a parking lot. Don't be vulgar. Don't be a cheater. She started screaming about throwing away 3 years over one stupid mistake and how she was going through a hard time. I called my best man, Tony, right there. Put it on speaker. Tony, it's Mike. I need you to call all the groomsmen. The wedding is canceled. Jessica cheated on me with her ex. Oh shit, man, are you serious? Dead serious. Wedding's off. Everything's off. Jessica was waving her hands, mouthing no, no, no. After I hung up, Jessica stared at me like I'd burned the house down. You can't do this to me. I'm not doing anything to you. You did this to yourself. She slapped me right across the face, hard enough that my cheek stung for 20 minutes. I picked up my phone again, called my lawyer Steve while she was standing right there. Steve, it's Mike Thompson. I need to know my rights about canceling a wedding. My fiancé cheated on me. Jessica's eyes went wide. She was finally understanding I wasn't bluffing. The next morning I started making calls. Venue, caterer, florist, DJ, photographer. Most were understanding once I explained the situation. Some had been through this before. The church refunded our deposit minus $200. The caterer kept $500 but refunded the rest. The photographer was a total pro. She'd had 3 weddings canceled for cheating this year alone. Jessica's wedding dress was different. She'd spent $3,500 on this elaborate gown from Manhattan, custom-fitted, non-returnable. When I said I wasn't paying for it, she lost her mind. That's my wedding dress. You can't just not pay for it. It's not your wedding dress, Jessica. There's no wedding. It's a very expensive costume you can't return. Your choices, your consequences. That's not fair. Neither is finding out your fiancé is a cheater from a bartender. That's when her family got involved. Jessica's mom, Carmen, called Thursday night, started off sweet. Mike, honey, Jessica told me what happened. Don't you think you're being hasty? People make mistakes when they're stressed. Mrs. Martinez, Jessica didn't spill coffee. She had sex with another man 2 days before our wedding. That's not stress, that's betrayal. But she's so sorry. Can't you find it in your heart to forgive her? She's sorry she got caught. If Danny hadn't called me, I'd have married her Saturday and never known. You're destroying her life over one mistake. Carmen, she destroyed her own life. I'm just refusing to be collateral damage. Carmen got nasty after that. Started talking about how I was humiliating their family, how they'd spent thousands on flights and hotels. Jessica's dad, Roberto, was worse. Called me Friday morning and went straight to threats. You better fix this situation, Mike. My daughter made a little mistake, but you're making it 10 times worse. Roberto, your daughter cheated on me. I didn't embarrass anyone. She made an error in judgment. You're acting like she murdered someone. Being a man doesn't mean being a doormat. You cancel this wedding, you'll regret it. I'll make sure of it. I hung up and called Steve again, told him about Roberto's threat. Meanwhile, Jessica was calling and texting nonstop. The messages got more desperate as Saturday approached. Mike, please, I'll do anything. I'll cut contact with Sean forever. Mike, I can't live without you. You're my whole world. And then manipulation. Fine. If you're going to abandon me over this, then you never really loved me anyway. By Saturday, what should have been our wedding day, I had 47 missed calls and 23 texts from Jessica. I didn't read any of them. Instead, I went fishing with Tony and friends. Had a great day. Didn't think about Jessica once. That evening, Jessica showed up drunk, wearing sweatpants, shocking because Jessica never left the house looking less than perfect. You really did it, she slurred through the door. You actually canceled our wedding. Go home, Jessica, you're drunk. I'm drunk because my fiancé dumped me for one tiny mistake. I'm not your fiancé anymore, and it wasn't tiny. Sean meant nothing, it was just sex. Just sex with another man while engaged to me. How is that supposed to make me feel better? It was closure. I needed to know for sure I was over him before I married you. The logic was so twisted it was almost impressive. You needed to have sex with your ex to make sure you wanted to marry me. Yes, and now I know for sure that you're the one I want. Congratulations, you figured that out by cheating on me. She started crying again. Please don't do this to us, we can fix this. We can get married next year. There is no us anymore. There is no next year. You cheated on me 2 days before our wedding. That's not something you fix. She threw up in my hallway then, right on the carpet, then sat down in it and kept crying. I called her friend Melissa to pick her up. Melissa was pissed at me. You know she's been suicidal since you canceled the wedding, right? She's been dramatic since I canceled the wedding. There's a difference. You're heartless, Mike. I'm protecting myself from someone who thinks cheating is no big deal. 2 weeks after the canceled wedding, Jessica decided to keep the engagement ring. I'd given her a 2-carat diamond ring in platinum. Cost me $8,500. Jessica, I need the ring back. I'm keeping it. No, you're not. Engagement rings are conditional gifts. No marriage, no ring. I don't care what the law says. You ruined my life. The least you can do is let me keep the ring. You ruined your own life by cheating on me. Make me. So I took her to small claims court. The hearing was Thursday morning in July. Jessica showed up with her mom and a lawyer. I showed up with documents and a clear conscience. Jessica's lawyer argued the ring was a gift with no strings attached, tried to paint me as controlling. Judge Martinez looked skeptical. Counselor, are you familiar with conditional gifts in engagement situations? We believe the ring was given unconditionally. Mr. Thompson, what's your position? Your Honor, I gave Ms. Martinez that ring because she agreed to marry me. When she chose to have sex with another man 2 days before our wedding, she violated our engagement. I want the ring back. Ms. Martinez, is it true that you had sexual relations with another man shortly before your scheduled wedding? Jessica went bright red. Your Honor, I made a mistake. That's yes or no? Long pause. Yes, Your Honor. How long before the wedding? 2 days. Judge Martinez looked at Jessica like she'd admitted to kicking puppies. You had sexual relations with another man 2 days before your wedding, and you expect to keep an $8,500 engagement ring. He abandoned me. He canceled our wedding and humiliated me. Because you cheated on him 2 days before the wedding. It was one mistake. A mistake that violated the fundamental basis of your engagement. I presented my case. Ring conditional on marriage which didn't occur due to her infidelity. Cited case law, timeline, photo evidence, her admission, her texts demanding I pay her expenses after the breakup. Miss Martinez, the judge said firmly. Court deals in facts, not emotional appeals or blame shifting. Engagement ring, conditional gift. Marriage didn't proceed due to your actions. Do you dispute your intimacy with Mr. Wayne days before the engagement? Natalie stammered. More complicated. Is his factual basis correct regarding your intimacy with Mr. Wayne days before engagement? Judge pressed. Natalie, silent, mumbled. No, but judge didn't need more. Judgment for Mr. Thompson. Full ring value plus court costs. Jessica looked slapped. Carmen looked like she'd have a stroke. Leaving court, Carmen hissed, hope you're happy, you've destroyed her. Jessica destroyed herself. I refuse to be collateral damage. 3 months later, I ran into Jessica's friend Sarah at the grocery store. How's Jessica doing? I asked out of politeness. Sarah sighed. Not great, had to move back with her parents. Lost her job because she couldn't focus. She's been pretty depressed. She's been in therapy, Sarah continued. Her therapist had her make a timeline of her relationship with Sean. Turns out they've been texting on and off for over a year. My stomach dropped. A year? She never told you. She told me they hadn't spoken since college. Mike, they met up a few times. Your birthday last year when she said she was working late, she was having dinner with Sean. That weekend you went to your brother's wedding and she said she was sick. She spent the whole weekend with him. I felt punched in the gut. She lied to me for a year. She says it was just friendship, but yeah, she lied. Jessica hadn't just made one mistake 2 days before our wedding. She'd been carrying on an emotional affair for over a year. The sex was just the culmination. I dodged a massive bullet. 6 months later, I got a long email from Jessica. She'd heard I was dating someone new, which was true. I'd met Lisa, who was honest and trustworthy and had never cheated on anyone. Jessica's email was 3 pages of apologies. She said she'd been in therapy and understood her behavior was unacceptable. She said she hoped I could forgive her someday. At the end, I know I don't deserve a response. I just wanted you to know that I understand now what I threw away. You were the best man I ever dated, and I was too selfish to appreciate what I had. I hope Lisa knows how lucky she is. I read it twice, then deleted it. Not out of anger, but because it didn't matter anymore. Jessica's apology was nice, but it didn't change the lies, the betrayal, the year of secret meetings. Some people deserve second chances. Some people don't. Learning the difference is important. Today, I'm engaged to Lisa. She's never lied to me about where she's going or who she's seeing. She doesn't have any exes she needs closure with. When I told her about Jessica, she said, "I can't imagine doing that to someone I love. What a selfish person." Lisa's right. Jessica is selfish. She was selfish when she started her emotional affair. She was selfish when she had sex with him 2 days before our wedding. She was selfish when she lied to my face. She was selfish when she tried to manipulate me into staying. And she was selfish when she tried to keep an $8,500 ring as compensation for her own bad behavior. I learned something important. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. Jessica showed me she was someone who would lie to my face, cheat on me, then try to make me feel bad for being upset about it. I believed her, and I acted accordingly. The wedding would have cost $40,000. The divorce would have cost way more. Jessica saved me money by showing me her true character before I legally committed to her. Sometimes the worst thing that happens to you turns out to be the best thing. As for Sean, his wife divorced him after she found out about his closure session. Turns out he'd been cheating on her too. He lost his house, his car, half his retirement. Last I heard, he was living in a studio apartment driving a 10-year-old Honda. Jessica and Sean deserve each other. They're both selfish, dishonest people who think their feelings matter more than other people's trust. The best revenge isn't plotting someone's downfall. The best revenge is living well, finding someone who deserves you and never looking back. That's exactly what I did, and I've never been happier. Story 18. My wife Lisa handed me divorce papers last Monday, but here's the crazy part: her boyfriend Justin delivered them to me at my own front door. "Lisa wants you gone by Thursday," he says, standing on my porch like he owns the place. "Time to find a new place to crash, buddy." I'm holding these papers, looking at this cocky asshole who's been screwing my wife for God knows how long, and I just said, "Okay." Justin looked genuinely surprised, probably expected me to break down crying or take a swing at him. Instead, I just nodded and closed the door. Then I started making calls. First call went to my lawyer. Second call went to my bank. Third call went to a locksmith. See, here's what Justin and Lisa didn't realize: this house belongs to me. Not us, me. I inherited this place from my grandmother Rebecca 3 years ago when she passed. The whole thing: house, property, everything. 3-bedroom ranch style with a 2-car garage and a fenced backyard, worth about $340,000. Lisa and I were just dating back then, been together maybe 8 months. When we got married 2 years later, I never got around to adding her name to the deed. Just one of those things you keep meaning to do but never actually do. Grandma Rebecca had always been my favorite. She raised me from age 12 after my parents died in a car accident. This house was where I learned to ride a bike, where I brought my first girlfriend to meet family, where I'd spent every Christmas and birthday for over 15 years. When she got sick with cancer, I was the one who took care of her. I was the one sitting by her hospital bed when she passed. She left me this house because I was the only family member who actually gave a shit about her. But Justin, this piece of work, had been staying here for 6 weeks while I was working a project up in Portland. Lisa told me he got evicted from his apartment and needed a place to crash temporarily. Said he was her coworker from the marketing firm where she works, going through a rough patch after his roommate bilated on him. What she didn't mention was that she'd been fucking him the whole time. I should have seen the signs. Lisa suddenly caring about her appearance again, buying new clothes, working late more often. Her phone was always face down on the table. She'd go take work calls in the other room. When I got back from Portland every weekend, she seemed distant, distracted. I thought maybe she was just stressed about work. What an idiot. So when Justin handed me those divorce papers and told me to find somewhere else to live so he could shack up permanently with my wife in my house, well, he made a serious miscalculation. By Tuesday morning, I had a locksmith out changing every single lock. Front door, back door, garage, even the little side gate. Cost me $400, but it was worth every penny. I also had him install one of those fancy electronic deadbolts on the front door, the kind you can control with your phone. Tuesday afternoon, I canceled Justin's access to all my streaming accounts. Netflix, Hulu, HBO Max, Spotify. This moron had been using my subscriptions for everything. I checked the account history, and he'd been watching movies every damn day, creating his own playlists, even downloading stuff to his phone. But the real kicker was my gym membership. I'd added him to my family plan 2 months ago when Lisa asked, saying Justin was really trying to get in shape and couldn't afford his own membership right now. That's an extra $30 a month I've been paying for this asshole to work out. Canceled that shit immediately. The gym called me to confirm the cancellation. Everything okay, Mr. Wilson? We noticed Justin Morrison was removed from your family plan. Yeah, he's no longer family, I said. The girl on the phone laughed like she thought I was joking, but I wasn't done. I also called my internet provider and had them change the Wi-Fi password. Same with the security system, changed all the codes. This dude had been treating my house like his personal hotel, ordering food to my address, having Amazon packages delivered here, even giving out my Wi-Fi password to his friends. Checkout time was Tuesday at noon. Tuesday evening, right on schedule, Justin shows up expecting to waltz inside like usual. I'm watching through the window as he tries his key. Nothing. Tries it again, getting frustrated. Then he starts pounding on the door. What the hell, man? Why don't my keys work? Because it's my house, I called through the door. Lisa can come get her stuff whenever she wants, but you need to find somewhere else to live. Are you serious right now? Lisa's my girlfriend. We live here together. Congratulations on the girlfriend. Go live together somewhere else. The tantrum that followed was absolutely beautiful. Justin started screaming about how I was being petty and cruel, how they had rights as residents, how I couldn't just kick them out without warning. The whole time, I'm recording everything on my phone from inside the house. After about 10 minutes of Justin's one-man show for the whole neighborhood, I texted Lisa, "You have 72 hours to collect your personal belongings. Justin is not welcome on this property." Her response came back in about 30 seconds. "You can't do this. Justin lives here now. This is his home too." My response, "Check the property deed. He doesn't." That was yesterday. Today brought some interesting developments. Justin's lawyer showed up at my door this morning at 8:30 sharp. Some guy in his 50s wearing a wrinkled suit and carrying a briefcase that looked like it survived a car accident. Thinning hair, coffee stains on his tie, the kind of lawyer you hire when you can't afford a real one. "Mr. Wilson, I'm Attorney Patterson. I represent Justin Morrison. We need to discuss your illegal eviction of my client." I invited him in, mostly because I wanted to hear whatever ridiculous legal theory he was planning to present. The guy looked around my living room like he was taking notes for court. "Nice place. Must be worth quite a bit." "It's home," I said. "Your client was never a tenant," I continued. "He was a guest who overstayed his welcome. Mr. Morrison has been residing at this address for over 6 weeks, which establishes tenancy under state law. He has rights. He's received mail here, kept personal belongings here, contributed to household expenses." That last part made me laugh. Contributed to household expenses. "Let me show you something." I pulled out my phone and played him the recording from last night. Justin's voice came through crystal clear. "Lisa's my girlfriend. We live here together." Then Justin explaining how they were planning to make this their permanent home after I was gone. Attorney Patterson's face got pale as he listened to Justin basically admitting he was there as my wife's boyfriend, not as any kind of legitimate tenant. "Additionally," I continued, "here's the property deed showing I'm the sole owner. And here's footage from my security cameras showing your client attempting to force entry last night after I revoked his permission to be here." I pulled up the camera footage on my tablet. There's Justin, clear as day, trying to jimmy the back door with what looked like a credit card. The lawyer was scribbling notes frantically, but I could tell he was already planning his exit strategy. "What about his mail delivery here? You mean the pizza coupons and credit card offers addressed to Justin Morrison or current resident? That's not establishing residency, that's just junk mail." Patterson tried a different angle. "Mr. Morrison would like to retrieve his personal belongings." "Of course. I've got everything boxed up on the front porch." "What about compensation for his contributions to household expenses?" I actually started laughing. "What contributions? The guy's been freeloading for 6 weeks. I have bank statements showing 0 payments from him for rent, utilities, groceries, or anything else. I've got receipts for every grocery trip, every utility payment, every expense related to this house. Justin's name isn't on any of them." After the lawyer left with his tail between his legs, Lisa called me absolutely losing her mind. "You can't just throw Justin out like garbage. He has nowhere to go. Sounds like a Justin problem, not a me problem. He's been helping with bills and expenses. Show me one receipt, one bank transfer, one piece of evidence that Justin contributed a single dollar to this household." Silence on the other end. "That's what I thought. You're being vindictive and cruel." "I'm being practical. You want a divorce, fine, but you don't get to kick me out of my own house so your boyfriend can move in." She hung up on me. 2 hours later, Justin pulls up with a U-Haul truck. I watched from my living room window as he started loading up his Xbox, clothes, and some furniture. But then I noticed he was loading stuff that definitely wasn't his. My gaming chair that I'd saved up 3 months to buy. My coffee table that belonged to my grandmother. My Nutri-Bullet blender that I used every morning. The son of a bitch was stealing from me right in broad daylight. I called the cops. The officer who showed up was this older Hispanic guy named Rodriguez who looked like he'd dealt with this exact situation about 1,000 times. Probably late 50s, graying mustache, the kind of cop who's seen every type of bullshit humanity can produce. "Afternoon, sir. What seems to be the problem?" "That man is loading my property into his truck without permission." Officer Rodriguez looked over at Justin, who was trying to wrestle my gaming chair into the U-Haul while pretending not to notice the cop car. "Sir, is that your furniture he's loading up? The gaming chair, coffee table, and blender are mine. The clothes and Xbox are his." Rodriguez walked over to Justin, who immediately started getting defensive. "This is all community property, officer. I've been living here for weeks. These are household items we shared." Justin starts going into this whole speech about how he'd been living here as Lisa's boyfriend and had rights to community property since they were basically married in his mind. The cop just stared at him like he was speaking a foreign language. "Son, do you have any documentation showing you're a tenant or owner of this property? A lease agreement? Utility bills in your name? Rent receipts? Anything at all?" "Well, no, but I've been living here for weeks and contributing to the household, and then you're trespassing. Take your stuff and go. Leave the furniture that doesn't belong to you." Justin's face turned red. "This is bullshit. Lisa said I could take whatever I needed." "Lisa doesn't own this property either," Rodriguez said, looking at the deed I'd handed him. "This belongs to Mr. Wilson. Lisa has no authority to give away his belongings." Justin had to unload my furniture right there in the driveway while half the neighborhood watched. Mrs. Chen from across the street was openly staring from her porch. The family next door had their kids watching through the window like it was a movie. The second-hand embarrassment was delicious, but I had a feeling this wasn't over. The look Justin gave me as he drove away told me he wasn't done trying to fuck with my life. I was right. 2 days later, I come home from work to find my garage door open and Lisa's Honda sitting in my driveway. She'd used the garage remote she still had to get inside the house. I walk through the front door and she's in my kitchen making pasta like nothing happened. What the hell are you doing here? I live here too, remember? And I was hungry. You served me divorce papers. You don't live here anymore. The divorce isn't final yet. Until then, this is still my home too. I called my lawyer immediately. Turns out she was technically right until the divorce is finalized. She does have some legal right to be in the house as my spouse, but she can't just move Justin back in. Where's your boyfriend? Justin's staying at his friend Marcus's place until we figure this out. Good, he's not welcome here. That night I heard her on the phone with Justin through the bedroom wall. Just give me a couple days to work on him. He'll come around once he cools off. Like hell I would. Next morning I wake up and my MacBook is gone. So is my iPad and my Apple Watch. All three were sitting on my nightstand when I went to bed. I texted Lisa, where's my stuff? What stuff? My laptop, iPad, and watch, they were on my nightstand last night. I don't know what you're talking about. I checked my security cameras. Clear as day, there's Lisa at 6 in the morning loading my electronics into her car. I called the cops again. Officer Rodriguez showed up. We were becoming fast friends. You two again? What's it this time? I showed him the camera footage. Lisa tried to claim the electronics were marital property and she had a right to them. Ma'am, according to these receipts, those items were purchased before your marriage. That's theft. She had to return everything, but the look on her face told me this was just getting started. That evening, guess who shows up at my door? Justin, looking like he wanted to have some kind of heart-to-heart. Bro, you need to chill out. Lisa's just trying to protect herself financially. By stealing my stuff. She's scared you're going to hide assets or whatever. Look, why don't we all just share the house until the divorce goes through? It's plenty big for 3 people. I stared at this absolute moron. You want me to let you move back in with my wife so you two can play house while she divorces me? When you put it like that, it sounds weird. Because it is weird, Justin. You're being unreasonable, man. That's when I lost what little patience I had left. You're fucking my wife in my house and I'm being unreasonable. Justin actually had the nerve to look offended. Dude, calm down, it's not like that. Get off my property before I call the cops, again. But I could see the wheels turning in his empty head. He was planning something. The following Friday, I drove up to Seattle to visit my dad for the weekend. 2-day trip, left Friday morning and planned to be back Sunday evening. I come home Sunday night around 9 and immediately smell weed. There are empty beer cans all over my coffee table and pizza boxes stacked by the trash. Justin's clothes are hanging back up in my guest room closet. The son of a bitch had moved back in while I was gone. I'm standing in my living room looking at this disaster when Lisa walks out of the bathroom wearing nothing but a towel. Oh, you're back early. It's 9 p.m. on Sunday. I said I'd be back Sunday evening. Justin just needed a place to stay for the weekend. His stuff is unpacked in the guest room, Lisa. Justin comes strolling out of my kitchen, eating a sandwich made with my lunch meat and my bread. Hey man, hope you don't mind. We got hungry earlier. That's when I noticed something else. My 70-inch Samsung TV was missing from the living room wall mount. Where's my TV? What TV? Lisa asks, not meeting my eyes. The Samsung 70-inch that was mounted right there on the wall. Justin and Lisa exchange a look. I don't know what you're talking about, she says. I checked my security system. The indoor cameras had been unplugged Friday afternoon. But my outdoor cameras were still running and they caught everything. Clear footage of Justin and some other guy loading my TV into a pickup truck Saturday morning. You guys are fucking idiots. You do realize I have cameras outside too, right? I showed them the footage on my phone. Justin's face went white. Oh, that TV. Yeah, I was just keeping it safe. Safe from what? Burglars at Marcus's apartment. Lisa jumps in. Justin was worried about break-ins while you were out of town. These people think I'm brain dead. I called Officer Rodriguez. By now, he didn't even seem surprised to hear from me. "Evening, Mr. Wilson. What's the situation this time?" I showed him the footage. Justin tried to explain that he was protecting my TV by stealing it. Rodriguez just shook his head. "Son, that's called theft. Where's the TV now?" Justin had to call Marcus to bring my TV back. Took 3 hours, and Marcus was pissed about driving across town on a Sunday night to return stolen property. But while we're waiting for the TV, I'm walking through the house checking what else is missing. My Keurig coffee maker gone. My air fryer gone. My bottle of Johnny Walker Blue Label that cost me $200 gone. A bunch of power tools from my garage gone. These assholes had been systematically looting my house all weekend. "Officer, I need to file additional theft charges." Justin starts panicking. Wait, we can work this out between us." "No, we really can't." By the time Marcus showed up with my TV, Justin was looking at multiple felony theft charges. Lisa too, since she was clearly involved. But Marcus refused to help return anything else. "I'm not getting involved in your drama, man. Figure it out yourself." So Justin had to make 4 separate trips in Lisa's Honda to return my stuff. Each trip he got more pissed off and embarrassed. On the last trip, he's carrying my whiskey bottle and accidentally drops it on the driveway. Crash. $200 of scotch all over the concrete. "Oops," he says with this little smirk. "That's destruction of property, officer." "Did you see that?" Rodriguez nodded. "I saw it." Justin's smirk disappeared real quick. 6 weeks later, everything was over, and holy shit did these two get what they deserved. The theft charges stuck. Justin pleaded guilty to avoid jail time but got 2 years probation and had to pay me back $1,847 for everything he stole, plus the whiskey he accidentally broke. His lawyer tried to get the charges reduced, arguing that Justin thought he had permission, but the security footage and his own recorded statements proved otherwise. But that's not even the best part. Turns out Justin had been running this same scam on other people. Marcus started asking questions about where Justin got money for all his new electronics, a new iPhone, AirPods, expensive sneakers. A few phone calls later and Justin's facing additional theft charges from his previous living situation. Apparently, this was his thing: move in with someone as a temporary guest, gain their trust, then slowly steal their stuff when they're not around. The guy's a professional freeloader and thief. His ex-roommate came forward with stories about missing cash, electronics, and even prescription medications that Justin had stolen over the months they lived together. Justin's now looking at serious jail time for the other charges. His probation got revoked when the new charges came out, so he's sitting in county jail waiting for trial. As for Lisa, she tried playing the victim. Told anyone who'd listen that I was financially abusing her by not letting Justin live in our house. Posted on Facebook about how cruel and vindictive I was being. Made herself sound like some poor woman being thrown out on the streets by her evil husband. Her own mother shut that down real quick. Called me personally to apologize. I raised her better than this. What she's doing is shameful and embarrassing to our whole family. Lisa's dad was even more direct. He showed up at my house one evening with a 6-pack of beer and sat on my porch for 2 hours apologizing for his daughter's behavior. "You were always good to her," he said. "You didn't deserve this bullshit." The divorce finalized 3 weeks ago. No alimony. Adultery is still grounds for divorce in our state, and I had plenty of evidence. Minimal asset division since most everything was mine anyway. She got her car, her clothes, her jewelry, and about $2,500 from our joint savings account. She's currently living in a 1-bedroom apartment downtown, working the same marketing job but now having to pay for everything herself. No more house with a yard, no more 2-car garage, no more nice neighborhood. Just a cramped apartment with thin walls and noisy neighbors. Justin's in county jail waiting for his court date on the new charges. Word is he's looking at 18 months minimum if convicted on all counts. But here's my favorite part of this whole mess. Remember how Justin was using my gym membership? Well, he'd been bragging to people there about his upgrade from his previous living situation and how great things were going with Lisa. One of the trainers, Mike, knew me from the 3 years I'd been going there. When Mike mentioned Justin's stories, I told him the truth about what had been happening. Word spread around the gym pretty fast. These are people who have known me for years, watched me work out consistently, respected my dedication. When they found out Justin was a lying, cheating thief who'd been freeloading off me, the reception got pretty cold. Now Justin's banned from there and everyone knows what kind of person he is. Same thing happened at Murphy's and O'Connell's, the two sports bars where he'd been buying rounds and talking about his successful new relationship. Turns out when you're exposed as a lying, cheating, stealing freeloader, people don't want to associate with you. I saw Lisa at Target 2 days ago. She looked rough, like someone who'd bet everything on a losing hand. Dark circles under her eyes, hair that hadn't been styled in weeks, wearing sweatpants and flip-flops in the middle of the day. She started to say something to me, but I just kept walking. Nothing she could say would matter at this point. The house is peaceful now. New locks, new security codes, and I'm actually enjoying living alone. The funniest part. Marcus reached out to me on Facebook to apologize and warned me that Justin was talking about getting back at me when he gets out. Apparently, Justin was telling other inmates that this was all my fault and he was going to make me pay for ruining his life. I forwarded that message to Justin's probation officer and the DA's office. Threatening retaliation against witnesses is a probation violation and could add more charges to his case. Do I feel bad about how this all went down? Not even a little bit. They tried to play me for a sucker, thought they could steal my house, my stuff, and my dignity while I just rolled over and took it. Instead, Justin's in jail, Lisa's broke and alone, and I'm living my best life in my own house with my own stuff and a new puppy who actually appreciates what I provide. Sometimes the system actually works. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.